UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. It's your Wolf Commander Wolftan. I'm your werewolf. We're back again to talk about this topic again. We're talking about parenthood this time, both mommies and daddies, and
Mhm.
pseudo relatives, even father figures, even stepfathers and stepmothers. We'll be also talking about two parenting, two same sex parenting, and also multiple parenting, which is interesting. Now I'm seeing two people in here. Identify yourselves, because last time when we did this, it was completely zero.
Mhm.
That was weird.
There's some Twilight Zone shit right there, man.
Well, it's
Speak.
because of the uh, title you use. The algorithm probably picked up on it too. So
Yeah, never thought anybody would have been so hesitant to click on something that's called token representation. But today we're talking about parenthood, so I guess that's why you guys are here. Y'all need to talk about parents because I guess you're looking for father figures and mother figures, which we will be having a mother figure in here pretty soon. But let's introduce the two uncles right now. We have the Maverick Hunter Saint Brian Gill Martin.
Hey, good evening, everybody, and hope you're all having a great time today. And yeah, this is going to be a pretty heavy topic. We're going to be going into all the things that Wolf said about parenthood. And if you've got anything you'd like to contribute, let us know in the chat. And oh, Schooner Tuner is here.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Schooner. He said he'll be there in spirit, be here in spirit.
Uh,
We also have from Occupy Balmora, the man, the myth, the FN, Trooper FN 2525.
hey everyone, let's have a fun time. I'm super excited to be here today. We'll talk about parenting again. I have a few articles to share and definitely a few insights. So let's get started.
So it's very imperative that we really need to continue to talk about this topic because it seems to me that they're trying to eliminate the parenting of man and woman. They're trying to make it
yeah.
non-existent. They're trying to erase it. The erasure of same, not same, straight parenting, as they like to call it. Um, we noticed that there's been an outcry for this one particular video about the San Francisco gay choir or something like that,
Hmm.
and their choice of lyrics for that song, which I'm gonna get into briefly. Um, Even in the media, they're trying to they're still trying to wipe away parents. I believe that's something to do with it links back to Black Widow.
Hmm.
You know, I I really think that they're trying to keep pushing that pedal to the metal, like the whole human trafficking thing, the children, the red room and all that stuff. Being
Hmm.
there's no parents raising these little girls and what have you, or even a father's being killed by said Black Widow, and the child being abandoned to be treated like a weapon.
Hmm. Oh,
You guys want to contribute anything
yeah.
while I'm speaking?
They've been trying to get rid of parents for a long time and just replace them with the state as the parent.
Oh yeah, we also know about that too. That's been going on for years now,
Like
since this
generations at least.
yeah, since around what, Trooper, the 80s,
Well,
70s.
honestly, it all correlates with the number of the Christian population, which actually keeps dropping. So, I mean, the more we secularize the United States, the more we get into the space of more or less replacing something with something else. In this case, it's more of
It's going to share this with your
it's
peeps
more of
if you can.
identitarianism in that also ends up wrapping itself in feminist theory, queer theory, and for whatever reason now I guess the thing is intersectionality. I mean, prior to intersectionality, it was what was it? Alternative lifestyles is what they used to call it before.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Don't
you know,
remind me.
oh yeah, you can have an alternative lifestyle. The problem with an alternative lifestyle, it's basically what you're saying is you're rejecting God, whether you tend to be religious or not. That's what it is, because basically, as a quote Christian nation, you really only have two roads. You can either go down the road of, the secular or the sacred. Uh, a lot of our traditions are technically tied into Christianity for uh, a large part of the nation's
Mhm.
inception. It's only
Yeah.
more recently since we've started to interject feminism into it, and then from feminism is where we kind of moved into queer theory. That even goes as far back as World War II.
Yeah.
Um, and then more currently in the 80s, it affected blacks more predominantly once we broke up the black home, and
Hmm.
Oh
we
yeah.
went ahead and put in place that crime bill that stuck a lot of black fathers in jail for minor offenses. And
Okay.
I
The
mean,
drug war being one of them.
well, yeah, that too. Yeah, that too. And once we started doing stuff like that, and we start breaking down the traditional home, which is a mother and a father, you no longer, as a child, really have safeguards in terms of your personal or
Well,
mental
always.
well-being, if we really want to go
Hang
towards
on, Brian.
mental well-being. But I would say, just as any common household, once you have a child, you need to more or less
You're doing great, by
teach
the way.
them consequences, teach them about choices and stuff like that. And what you'll notice is once we start turning away from more of a religious text and start viewing psychology as an answer, and we move into more secularization, then you start getting all these theories about
Hey,
parenting.
Eloise.
And now we're at the point where it's not about offending your children either. I have like 5 articles I pulled up that I wasn't too hot on, but they're perfect examples of what's going on right now. So,
Yeah.
Which one do you want to share first?
it just depends. It just depends. Here,
I
I'll
can go
show you
wherever.
this one. I'll show you this one. This one was hilarious to me. This is from romper.com here, so I'll send it to you via private chat,
I'll
and then
take
and then
control
I'll
of
go over it
reading
a
it.
little bit. So,
I'll read it, and you just break it down for everybody,
um,
like we did last time.
honestly, it's from romper.com. The headline was 9 things parents do every day that perpetuate toxic masculinity.
Oh
And this
wow.
is
Good
actually a
grief.
2017 article. So this only tells you where we're at now, 2021. This is literally to kind of give you uh, more or less a scale of where we were in 2017. And this was submitted by Dina Ligerman. Um, and I'm just gonna skip through this and just kind of pick out stuff that I saw that just kind of stood out.
Save me the headache, will you?
All
Thank
right.
you.
One of the points was
The headache of reading. I mean,
which one?
no. I'm saying you're gonna break it down. So I'm saying you're sparing me the headache of reading this crap because
Yeah,
already the
more or
first
less,
line
more or less. It's just
already boiled my blood.
it's like I
Now I
went
wish
through
I
these
hadn't eaten that
sentences,
salmon before I read this thing.
right? And it's like if you go through the article, you can kind of see where she kind of like underscored everything. Like, my brother wasn't
Hmm.
allowed to cry. Boys don't wear bracelets. Boys are supposed to be tough and manly, which technically, yeah, at a young age, you have to go ahead and start teaching them, especially if it's a boy or a girl. You have to start teaching them at a very young age what it means to be a boy, what it means to be a girl. And we're getting away from that now. Now we're, raising them up as a they. But the one I really wanted to point out was about a quarter into the article. There's this like there's this big picture that she pulled from HuffPost, provided by Jiffy, and it says "Boys don't play with dolls." That's actually very important because when you're socializing a boy to be a boy, if you will, or more or less to become comfortable with male behavior, you know, you normally will go ahead and expose them to different types of toys. I mean, when they're very young, obviously they're going to learn about shapes, they're going to learn about letters. But as they start getting older, you're going to go ahead and introduce them to different types of toys. So with boys, you're going to introduce them to cars. whether they
Mm.
be Hot Wheels or you're going to introduce them to some, franchise, action figures. So say like Marvel, Star Wars. And yeah, you'll notice that now that we're in 2021, now there's Star Wars dolls, princess dolls, but I'm getting away from that. Um, you're allowing that young boy to more or less explore, uh, especially with the toys. Uh, it helps them creatively to create stories in their head. I mean, you're helping them develop at that point. And they're gonna get, they're gonna be rough with those toys. They're gonna break them, or sometimes they'll even get injured in the process of playing. So I mean, that happened
Oh
to me
yeah.
a lot. But
But
I mean,
let's
basically,
see
the
what's still
assertion
missing.
is that that if you don't allow a boy to play with dolls, then they'll never learn how to be empathetic or be more emotional and be able to identify with someone else's experience. Um, it can lower self-esteem by raising doubt. That's one of my favorite lines in that
Oh
paragraph.
wow.
Oh, good grief.
And here's the thing: self-esteem is built by a parent. So
Hmm.
Yeah.
that's where you allow a child to explore. You allow a child to get injured. Obviously, you don't allow them to injure themselves to the point of it being something critical.
Uh,
But you
Where you need to
allow
take them to the
quote
hospital.
unquote
oh
boys
yeah.
to be boys and girls to be girls. Um,
They misinterpret that phrase so many times. If
well,
you
these
if you
are these
notice,
are
Yeah.
these are all these are all traditional generalizations that have been handed down from one
Mm.
generation to another. But now we quote unquote have to break the stereotype and quote unquote have a conversation about it.
let's have a
So,
conversation about it. No, we don't need to have a conversation about
Mhm.
it.
How about go
It's
screw
already been set.
yourself? Right.
It's already been
right.
set in stone. You
Exactly.
cannot. There's no misinterpretation. There's no reinterpretation. There is there's your way of looking at it, but it still stays the same regardless. You're not
Exactly.
gonna just come in there and just say, well, well, you guys have been having it wrong. No, it's been set up for years, and it's been a prime example of how a system works.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It's the
Well,
Yeah.
reason why. It's the hang on, Trooper. Hang on, Brian. It's
Mhm.
the reason why we won the bouts that we won. Yes, for good or bad, in the many wars that many
Mhm.
that many a boy had participated in, we came out on top. Yes, we lost a lot of men and women later on in the years, but still, you do not try to misinterpret that masculinity is somehow inherently bad. It's what got us through so many conflicts,
hmm
regardless of who or what started it.
I'm right.
It got us through most of like the conflicts got won. Now, again, whatever your stance is on each side of that fight, and everybody has their own interpretation of who is the good or the bad guy in that conflict. It's the reason why we managed to win those fights. The Spartans, for example, in the Battle of Thermopylae, even though they have all lost their lives, they still contribute to the big war against Persia when Alexander the Great stepped in. Remember that? Or
Oh yes.
let's fast forward to World War II. Even though it was a costly war, we still won it, along with many of our allies. In fact, that's the reason why we have allies in the first place, is because of our strength and masculinity put together like that.
Mm.
I add my strength to your strength. You add your strength to my strength. That's
Right.
how battles are won. Period.
Mm.
Same thing with World War II. Same thing with World War II. Add my strength to yours. You add my strength. You add your strength to mine, we went out there.
Like you can go through all history with that
Not
kind of
saying
thinking as
what
well.
we did was inherently good. What'd you say, Brian?
I was saying you could go throughout all of history when you think of it like that. How many alliances have been? Where it's like two smaller forces defeating a larger army.
Alliances was not made because you said something nice to them
Right.
or you got them to like you. And that's what it's breeding so far. It's breeding this idea that someone has to like you.
Right.
Nobody has to like you. That's not even how tribes were formed. Let alone that's not how tribes were interacting.
They're formed
They
because they had a common cause.
survival for one,
Yes.
or even if they even before man had the power of speech developed over time. You know, body movements and body language would tell each and every one of them one or two things. Either A, I need to eat. Do you have something that I can utilize to eat? Uh, B, I need shelter. Do you have something that will teach me how to build a better shelter? Or this other spectrum, these other two spectrums. A, you have women. Can we have some of them?
Mm-hmm.
And if not, we'll take them.
Yep.
Well, of course, the taking part, that's the toxic right there. Of course, if I can't have it, then I'll simply take it.
Yep.
And that's what they're thinking about. They're taking away the foundation of the traditional family,
Yeah.
or at least in the case of what Trooper was saying, dismantling it
Right.
by taking away the tenants and reconfiguring them to fit their own outlook in life. Because oh, daddy said mean things to me in my
Mm-hmm.
childhood, or we need to re-examine how parents raise their children now because we don't want the children's feelings hurt. No, we are
Yeah.
having the this is the thing that they mistaken parents for. And I know I'm going on a tangent here, but I'm trying to keep my thoughts straight. I'll do my best to keep my thoughts straight. They're trying to make the parents out like the bullies that they deal with every day at school or everywhere else, or perceived bullies, if or what have you, perceived bullies
Yep.
sometimes, because there is that perception that every day you're gonna go out, you're gonna be faced with a bully every once in a while. So now that you go to your house and you go back home with your mom, with your dad, and they're telling you to man up. Oh, now he's a bully too because he doesn't know how I feel about this.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah.
doesn't
That's
know he doesn't know how I feel about or my thoughts on the situation. You know,
yeah.
the mom and dad just gave you the freaking solution to your problem.
Yeah. Take it or leave it.
Yep. They're the parent. You're supposed to learn from the parent in the first place. True, Brian, I mean to step in on you. If you want to go ahead and continue, go ahead.
Well, the other portion of this article, there's a few. The other section on it, there's a subsection that basically says they tell boys to man up or be a man. Um, so
Not quite that
basically, what they're
bluntly.
saying here, and I'll quote this article: telling boys to man up does not actually create strong boys; it damages them. When a parent tells their sons to man up, they're telling them that girls are inferior because they're expressing their emotions. So here again, we're more or less
So short sighted.
straddling that
Good
we're
lord.
straddling that line to more or less blur uh you know male and female identity because they're inherent they're inherently different. I don't know how else to explain it. I mean,
Hmm.
They
it's
don't
like
even get basic
I hate to say it, we
biology.
don't really have 50 genders. There's male and then there's female. If you
No.
want to identify yourself as A or B, that's great. But at the very end of the day, your plumbing is your plumbing. You know. But
May I also add that if society does collapse and we do head into this post-apocalypse world that people keep craving for, they ain't gonna give a they're not gonna give a damn about your pronouns. Whatever
Nope.
package the package that they care about is the two slits. Okay,
Yep.
they'll and you will and believe you and me, you will live in a world where the man will see you as tits and ass.
Yep.
If should society collapse, that's what they will see you, regardless of whether or not you identify with a subjective gender. If you have the right equipment that they need to breed you, they will use that. And if they can't have it, they will simply take it. But unfortunately, you will not be trained to fight them because you have weak parents and you have a weak minded you're a like minded weak person.
Yep. You won't even
The
seek out someone to teach you a martial art either.
Well, the thing is, the reality is that they will learn firsthand that whatever shit show that these socialists taught them won't amount to shit if our
Nope, it will
society
not.
would collapse. Even if they do the quote unquote purge, right?
Right.
Nobody's gonna care about your freaking gender pronouns.
Nope. It's kill or be
Crime
killed at that point.
crime will be legal. You are a target. You are meat to them.
Yep. Like I
Uh,
said, kill or be killed at that point.
yep. What else we gonna say, Trooper? Because I know there's some more we're gonna dig into.
Well, the article just keeps going on, and then it goes ahead and tries
Does it
to
circle
equate
around its words and keeps
they
repetition?
try to equate alcoholism and rage disorders to masculinity, and
Oh, good grief.
quote
Nope.
causing dating to be problematic as well as interpersonal relationships.
They're
Uh,
mixing apples and oranges
According
there.
to the CDC, men are more likely to drink to excess than women. Men are twice as
Sounds like a
likely as
woman in her
women to
thoughts
suffer
too
from
long
rage
in the room.
disorders. According to researchers at the University of Chicago, and according to Psychology Today, strict connotations of masculinity can lead to problems with dating and interpersonal relationships, greater depression, anxieties, substance abuse, problems with interpersonal violence, greater health risks, and overall psychological distress.
Yeah, citation
Uh,
needed on that one.
right. I mean, again, you know, when we talk about what it means to be masculine, we usually never really talk about ownership or responsibility in that particular connotation, as opposed to you know
Push pause on that. I want to inform everybody, guys. That was weird on Tuesday. Really weird. Like we almost went almost like what 2 hours. We'll go on the first hour with nobody here. Just letting you guys know. Check the back watch. Really check the back watch on day before yesterday's stream. That was freaking hilarious. I love that. Continue, Trooper. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, when we talk about masculinity, we usually don't talk about responsibility and ownership in the context of rage disorders and alcoholism and depression. There's various factors that lead up to depression. It does not have anything to do with being a man or a woman. It usually has to do with not being able to uh, solve problems and or be able to cope with problems because you are more or less raised in a particular way that you either have a codependent personality, or you have uh, a personality that tends to more or less treat every problem with a form of abandonment, that if I leave it alone, it'll go away. And yeah, that does come from parenting, but that doesn't come from being inherently male or female. Having an abandonment type of personality when it comes to dealing with life crises, that can apply to both men and women. Um, and again, even substance abuse has really nothing to do with being a man or a woman. It has everything to do with either access to illegal substances. It also has to do with access to um, situations that will inherently lead you to substance abuse, in terms of whether you're in an abusive relationship or
Right.
someone that you're with is dealing with an illegal substance and or deals in illegal substances. But then you really have to ask yourself, how did you get there? How did you put yourself in that position? Most oftentimes it's just a series of poor choices, and we all make them. But
Hmm.
being a
Right.
man or a woman, inherently just being an adult means that you do have to take responsibility for your choices. Now, there may
Exactly.
have been external factors that led you to that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was because you were strictly a man or strictly a woman that you ended up in a toxic relationship, or in a
Exactly.
situation where you're having issues with dating, or interpersonal relationships tend to degrade. I can tell you that the statistic as of, I want to say, 2019, 2020, the percentage of single versus people in relationships was about 51% single, 49% in a relationship, which literally tells you almost one in two, and maybe soon it'll be a little bit more than one in two. It'll be like maybe two in three will be single. So relationships are declining, and that's all across the board, regardless of ethnicity. Um, but that is also being reflected in the number of replacement births as well in the United States. Um, and let me go ahead and go. Let
2017.
me go further into this article, or else I'll end up dwelling on that particular section. The third section says they model sexism. Parents may accidentally model
Oh,
sexism at
good
home
grief.
by taking on traditional gender roles while performing household chores. So, in other words, if you're a woman, you should think twice before doing the dishes. I,
That
I
is
don't under,
that
I
is
don't
the dumbest
understand
thing
that.
I've ever heard.
I don't understand that. In every relationship I've had, it's like, okay, cool. It's for me, it's always been 50-50 across the board.
Hmm.
Yep.
Sometimes it's a little more than that, maybe 60-40, where yeah, I'll do a little less, but usually the other person wants to do a little more. So it's like, okay, cool. I can kind of take a back seat. I don't really have to try as hard, which I know that sounds terrible on YouTube, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about 50-50, it's shared responsibility. It means that both you and your partner, regardless of sex, are willing to take responsibility for the choices the other makes. So meaning, if you said, yeah, you can go hang out with your friends or whatever, I'm not giving you permission, just make sure you're home at a decent time, and your partner goes out and doesn't call you till 4 in the morning, you got to go pick them up in the middle of the night from some club, and you got to more or less drag them into the car because they can't get themselves into the car on their own. Then that's where I'm getting at, that 50-50 is no longer 50-50. So
Hmm.
Yeah.
and that goes with any relationship, whether it be whether you're splitting responsibility of burden, whether it be with like utility bills, or who does what chores, or
Mhm.
um, how one person communicates with the other person as far as affection. Some people are more touchy feely. Some people need to hear it all the time. So I can tell you, after being with someone who literally needs to hear it all the time, once I figured that out, then it was smooth sailing. I attributed it as it, being a like clingy behavior, and sometimes I'll gravitate to that, sometimes I won't. It just depends on the person. But once I figured it out, it's the constant, they need to hear it all the friggin' time. It's more about them reassuring themselves than me having to reassure them. Once I figured that out, I'm not, I didn't feel like I was a broken record. I'm like, I get it now, I get it. So
So senpai noticed me basically.
yeah, well, it's one of those things where usually the people that are like that they need to hear the L word all the time, it's more or less growing up they hardly ever heard it. So to them, it's like to hear it all the time just reaffirms that they're in a positive relationship. It's
Tell me
just
you
like
love me.
it's
Tell
just
me
like
you
it's just
love
like
me.
people that tend to be touchy feely. Sometimes they grew up in a home where they weren't very touchy feely, or sometimes it's the opposite, where family was very touchy feely, a lot of hugging,
Hmm.
a lot of
Hmm.
you know you know and that, for me, it's very different. I didn't come from a very touchy feely household. um
Hmm.
I don't mind showing affection towards another person, but I get uncomfortable doing it. It's just, I don't always feel the need to do that. And in a parenting role, you have to be mindful that you do need to
The lovely Leah Bella has
constructively,
graced us.
well,
Hey,
hey Leia, you need to
Hey, fellas.
constructively be able to more or less find a balance so that your child always feels like they're in, not necessarily the center of the room, but they're always within a span of attention.
Schooner has the best comment right here. Do you love me? Do you love? Yeah. Do you love me?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, more or less.
Here's
So
the here's the article we're talking about just now. It's an old article, Leah. It's in the private chat since you just joined.
Mhm.
It's freaking ridiculous.
but mind
It's
you,
good
it's
It's
from
enough.
old, but it's,
2017,
it's no less
and look at
ridiculous.
where we're at now. This is literally, this
It
article is
correlates back
more or
to
less
to.
pointing of where we were going to end up. I mean, now we're at the
Hmm.
point where we're calling them babies. We're not even calling them babies anymore.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Just the
Wait,
title alone is ignorant.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
you're telling me.
But I mean, this is where we were going. So in terms of pop culture, it's like everyone's like, "How did we get here?" And it's like, well, it's not like it just happened overnight. This was
mm-mm.
literally always happening. It's just no one was paying attention to the cooks in the kitchen. So,
Yep.
I
but
like that other title. They don't teach empathy. What is empathy to you?
It's
Where
define
you
empathy.
got to hear somebody cry all the damn time. So you want to be that shoulder that you want them to cry on.
well, no, for me, like empathy has always been about leadership, and that's
Yeah.
to
Hmm.
me anyway. I don't know about you, but to me, empathy, I always associated it with leadership, meaning I need to listen to this female cry for about 20 minutes about how life is so hard for her, but at the end of the day, I still have to be a leader and I still have to make a decision as to whether or not to write her up. And yeah, I'm going to
Hmm.
listen to what she has to say, but if she went ahead and violated policy, guess what? Just because you violated policy and you're crying about it does not mean you get to, walk away scot free. You have to be responsible for, the
Hmm.
decisions that you make.
Yep.
There might be some extenuating circumstances where you might have to more or less have a one-on-one. Like, okay, let's say that person is in an abusive relationship and it's now starting to bleed into work. You know,
Yeah.
employers, now have ways to kind of like help that along in the workplace. But at the very end of the day, I mean, let's say if chronic absenteeism is being caused by that, then as a leader, you have to step in and be like, well, is there anything that we can do in terms of kind of helping that, you know, not kind of bleed into your work in terms of we can, point you in a direction of resources that can kind of help you with that. Or if you happen to have like a female with a boyfriend that's, evading, a restraining order, that's something very serious because, you know, there's a restraining order already involved, meaning the employer has to, at the very least, offer a safe way in and out of work.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Except,
so that's what sympathy has always really meant to me. It's not, "Oh, okay, so you identify as a purple unicorn, so here, let me give you your award and hugs and
Let me give you a promotion.
yeah, exactly.
they conflate empathy with validation, which is just not how that works.
Hmm.
I agree, Brian. I think the person who wrote this article, just by reading the titles, is talking about their own childhood and not common sense. I
Well,
think this is ridiculous,
at the
after
same
looking
time,
at it.
yeah, at the same time, it's more indoctrination. That's what it's really been. I mean, we've
And I
seen
Yeah.
bet you there's a lot
Hmm.
of people
Yeah.
who saw this and like, oh, that's right. That
Yeah.
does make sense.
Yeah.
yeah.
There's going to be people that are going to read that, like you said, Wolf, and they're going to say exactly what you just said. That makes sense. Let me work on this now with my son so he doesn't end up with toxicity. I mean, when the thing said they don't let boys play with dolls, I'm like, okay, stop.
Hey, Green
Stop
Boss.
right there. Stop it. Stop it right there. That sounds like pandering to
Like
um
Soccer
yeah,
moms.
yeah.
yeah, or to the LBGT or whatever,
No,
trying to
no,
pandering
soccer
Or
or
soccer
default
parents.
lifestyles.
Yeah.
right.
I mean,
Just basically
we
soccer
used to call it
parents.
alternative lifestyles. Now it's just one big acronym. So,
Yep.
Exactly.
I mean, that
Exactly.
tells you
Exactly.
that tells you how far they've moved the the envelope, how far they've pushed it forward. When it's so common now that it's just an acronym, it's no longer fringe or no longer considered quote unquote alternative lifestyle choices. It's like,
Yeah, that's what it's
Oh
coming
yeah.
to. That's you're right, Trooper. Alternative lifestyle choices, or non-binary,
Just hit a
or
chord with the Lady of Valor.
non whatever that means. I don't know what in the devil is non-binary. That makes no sense. That's
Non-binary doesn't
somebody.
exist.
You're right. I do not acknowledge non-binary. That is just something that you that them those these
It's a Tumblrism.
guys have made up just
yep.
to justify their own behavior.
Right.
I mean, I have more articles. We can keep plowing through this one. It's like the more you go into it, the more rabbit holes you go down. Because you just keep going through it, and you're like, how is this even an article? So
Yeah.
s- So
Yeah,
again,
Second my
again, toxic parenting. Oh, they teach gaslighting. So
oh,
yeah,
good
yeah, yeah.
grief. Yeah, look who's talking, lady.
Like
It's ridiculous. Yes.
my like one of the quotes that they consider gaslighting is "nice guys finish last," which, truth be told, that is the truth. I
that
mean,
is the truth.
if
You
if
gotta
And that's
deal
the
with
truth.
it.
if you're not competing in a meritocracy, guess what? You're the last in line. It's like squeaky wheel gets the grease, versus a saying in Japan, which is the nail that stands out gets hammered down. So I mean, it tells you just the very difference in societies. I mean, to me, I always perceived this to be a meritocracy, but now we're in the type of situation where it's all based on participation. And I mean, it's bled into pop culture because now pop culture is just referencing the videos you guys sent me yesterday. It's not meant
Mhm.
to show you the difference between good and evil, but to quote have a conversation. You know, just
Yeah.
to press buttons, and
Hey,
it's like if I
I say
wanted to
take
have
your
a
conversation
conversation,
and shove it.
if I wanted to have a conversation, I'd have a conversation with my friends
Let's not be
on
too
MeWe.
aggressive.
Yeah.
I don't need to turn it into a screenplay. So
Exactly.
you
I
know,
think this is a the article just by the titles, Trooper. I think it's ignorant. I'm just going to come out and say it's ignorant.
It's daddy
Oh,
issue.
you better believe it.
It's ignorant, and if you really care for your children and your sons, ignore this garbage
yeah.
that these so-called experts are writing
Well,
because it is just absolutely ridiculous.
I mentioned earlier in the stream that they're trying to turn the parents into straight up bullies. They're trying to say you're like you get to deal with bullies every day, and now even more so, your parent is now the bully because the parent wants it their way. It's not your way. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? That's why you
Yeah.
get a lot of kids that's like, why won't you let me do this? Why won't you let me do it? You suck, mom. You suck,
Well,
dad.
did you see the
Mhm.
TikTok with that freaking 20-year-old chick and like the parents like telling her to move out the house already because she's like she already hit her whatever, and the chick is like, you don't understand. I have yeah.
Like that's
She had like blue hair, and I think she was going on about how she was like
And wasn't she a Landwell?
I'm not sure. There's so many TikToks now. Like I don't I
Following that same trend.
it's why I
yeah.
stay away. It's why I stay away from TikTok. But sometimes they'll
Mhm.
post their stuff on there, and you don't understand,
I stay
and
away from a lot of social
you're
media sites because of that.
misgendering me, and you're abusive, and the parents are like, no, your attitude is abusive.
Actually,
But
yeah.
it's just
I
bad.
don't
So
owe you
If you
any understanding. What I understand is you need to get the hell up out of my house before you die in here.
Exactly.
pretty much.
hmm I don't like what it's teaching these young boys. I don't like the way what they're doing to these boys. I think this
yeah,
is ridiculous. How they're this indoctrination psychobabble garbage is teaching to boys again, like the video said that I sent that I posted there. This is
mm,
done out of hatred. This is
Yep.
hatred, and this is revenge. This is revenge on the
Insecurity as
male
well.
insecurity and revenge on the males. I don't like what they're teaching boys. I think this is awful. Young men should not be treated. There is a biological difference between boys and girls, and that's the way they should be raised. And this putting this in here is just psychological revenge because they whoever wrote this, whoever they're appealing to, are out of the norm and they want people to accept their deviant lifestyle.
yeah.
So they're putting it in here to make themselves feel good about
Mom and Dad,
themselves.
why don't you let me diddle little kids?
Yeah,
Pretty much.
yeah, that's pretty much. Or mom and dad, why don't you let me put on a dress and wear makeup? You
We
And
are
know,
coming for your children.
I did
oh,
mention that
get me
briefly.
Oh well, we didn't really
You guys want
mean it. We were just
you
having
guys want to
fun.
talk about that a little bit briefly?
yeah.
Oh
Um,
I'm
yeah.
sorry I missed
we
that, but
can.
you
No,
you
I only barely mentioned that. Like we can
okay.
elaborate more on it
Please
if you
do because that is just I have a lot to say on
Uh,
that garbage. But
Oh yeah.
oh
look.
yeah.
I
Wolf,
don't
you go
care.
first.
Look, I don't care what context they think that they were putting that into. Like they could say, oh, we were just mimic,
Mhm.
we were just we were just parodying the church. You know what I'm saying? They always trying to convert everybody. How they trying to convert everybody?
But that's a
I
lie. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Commander, but go ahead.
If
When
I
they
have a,
said that,
if I was Batman, I'd be like, you know, the difference between you and the church. The church never
Yeah.
ever said that they're coming after the children first.
Well, and like I told you, I
exactly.
mean, it all correlates with the number or the dwindling number of Christians within a quote Christian nation. So, I mean, more and more, like, we're becoming secularized, like I said earlier, which means
Hmm.
they either have no religion or their religion is something else. In this case, it's, pronouns. So, I mean, now
Yep.
I'm not saying put the Bible back in class.
No.
But what I am
Yeah.
saying is if we're going to go ahead and teach, evolution, then we also
Hmm.
need to teach creationism. You need to, provide a balanced approach.
Yeah.
Mind you, we've never really
Intelligent design as
had
well.
that.
While we're on that subject.
Well, yeah, that going back to creationism, and that's the thing. That's the thing. Everyone's like, separation of church and state. And here's my thing. It's like, okay, let's do that. But are we really living in a free society when you can get on a social platform and they can censor you for your ideas? Are you really free at that point?
Nope.
Or when they're forcing you into a lockdown that more or less had no science behind it. And of course, the buzz term now is scientism, if you will. And and that
That
and
works for
that
me.
yeah, and that comes out of almost like Scientology, if you will. Same thing, scientism, where
Oh wow. Yeah.
where it's, oh yeah, trust the science. Or okay, show me some stats, show me some trends, show me some
Show
charts.
me
Oh
your
well, you don't need to
hypothesis.
see all that. Just
Citation
just
needed, basically.
yeah, just trust the experts. Okay, so trust someone else's opinion. So you're already infringing on the Second Amendment as well as the Fourth Amendment by doing lockdowns. We're getting to the point where it, we're now wanting to tread that line of private property in terms of these door knockers who want to hey, let me teach you about my Lord and Savior, the vaccine. And it's like, okay,
It's like,
uh,
excuse me,
now,
sir. Do you have any time to speak about our Lord and Savior Cthulhu?
yeah, exactly. Like I don't need to hear about your Lord Moderna or your Lord Johnson and Johnson.
Wow.
You know, because more and more, a lot of this stuff is coming out, and more, this is one big cluster. Leaks are starting to come out that we're gonna quote need a whole new vaccine. I mean, it's getting a little bit off topic, but it goes with parenting. It's like if again, if you're not
It goes
teaching children
well with
boundaries,
parenting,
Hmm.
because
yeah,
if the
and if you're not
parents
teaching them
Yeah.
a belief, any belief at this point, any belief
any
that,
kind of conviction,
yeah, yeah,
there's and we're raising up parents that don't have any convictions. Like over time now, we have people who are raised and raised to be hedonistic, but then find out they have a child in wait. Don't really take in consideration the responsibility of taking care of your body to get ready for a child. And then when they get that child, they treat it like it's a toy at times. Most women out there treat it like it's a inconvenience or a toy. That now we have the ways to get rid of the inconvenience
mm-hmm,
Yep.
at an early stage in its development. Now, and even then, like there are other people that are conditioning their own children through this socialist mandate as well.
Yep.
So you got people who don't want to be parents, but want to be the counter parent, if you will. Like
yeah.
like I share everything with my daughter. No, you shouldn't. I share everything with my son. No, you should not. You should not. You should be when you don't share enough with your children, what you don't want your children to know about you. You're sharing you're sharing to them what privacy is all about. You're teaching them how to keep yourself private, because if you share everything with your child's going to think they should share everything personal with any stranger that they can use to against them. You know,
Right.
you're like parents are allowed to be secretive around their children.
Well,
Yes,
you can. However,
at,
it needs to be done in life stages.
there you go.
So,
Well, I was getting there. I was getting to that. I
yeah.
was getting to that. At some yes, at some point you have to share. You know, some things about yourself that you never would have share with them when they were at what toddler age or
No.
even in their double digits at this
Because
point.
it's a
Exactly.
Not
big
because
bad
you
world out there. It's not that you're trying to shield them, but it's like you're
yeah
trying to allow them to have a childhood as opposed to a lack of one.
yeah.
So,
What I'm saying is you you know when you're not it's not saying that you don't trust them enough with that secret is that again you're teaching them to guard that secret good enough to where you feel comfortable and there's that word comfortable sharing it with somebody that you can trust with that secret.
Exactly.
mhm.
Just like going to the whole and I know Professor has talked about this and Fam has talked about this, but the whole He-Man Revelations thing, the whole reveal that He-Man was Adam the whole time, and yet T-
Oh,
Tila,
Gila.
yeah, whatever, Shanae, whatever,
No, that's
you know,
Gila. That's
I call
Gila.
it
If you have
uh,
seen Gila's like freaking
or
biceps and tries, it's like hello.
I call
Shaquita,
it
what,
transgender
whatever,
transgender.
Shaquita,
Shaniqua.
for sake of jokes, she's Shaniqua, okay.
Or
Okay.
good. Good. I like that one.
Shaniqua finds out that her father was also keeping that secret too. From what I heard from Fan Man, there's a line I didn't see the trailer.
I knew a tequila who used to say her name Tequila. I
Whatever,
mean, it was spelled like tequila.
whatever.
I mean, that
I'm in,
one was that one.
motherfucker. I'm in the middle of a tangent. Damn it.
Oh man.
I was like, how do you say your name?
All
So
I'm saying was she was pissed that her dad kept the secret of He-Man for so long,
mhm.
and from what I gathered from what Femme said in the trailer, she said I deserve the right to know. No, you didn't. No, you did not deserve the right to know.
Right. Right. I agree.
Right.
Look, what by what standard did you have the right to know? Oh, because I'm your daughter. Oh, because I was my friend. No, that was a commonplace of secrecy. And who's to say that you wouldn't crack under pressure if you was taken by the enemy and tortured, asking for the identity of He-Man if they knew that He-Man was another entity aside from Adam.
Yeah.
Even if Skeletor even got that smart and figured that Adam potentially was a different person than He-Man, or they were probably one the same.
Not only
Mhm.
that, but anybody who knows the secret of He-Man is going to be a target. Like, so in
I,
other words, they're not going to keep the secret from you so much as for you.
there are times where I'm like, there should be a line written in any of these type of these live reveal angles where somebody asks that person that's supposedly getting so pissed off at the fact that you kept a secret from them, and you ask them, right, would you have kept it if you're my so-called friend, would you have kept it? Would you, or let me ask you this, should the enemy have captured you, would you be able to keep that secret under pressure? Would you
Or if they captured Riser Man, would you tell that secret?
Of course. Let me read it out this time. The brilliant star that shines through the night, the sharp thorn in the side of evil, Riser Man stands before you.
y'all motherfuckers trying to rain on my damn
Riser Man,
parade?
Riser Man does
Oh,
whatever a Riser Man.
oh, trooper.
I could, I
Hint,
couldn't
shit,
resist
hint.
it. By the way, Neostar, how'd I do? Let me know
I'm
in
pretty sure
the.
you'll love it. He appreciate it. Well, I'm
Yes.
saying, what I'm saying is, yeah, y'all motherfuckers trying to rain on my. You know what? You know what? That's allowed. I did, I did say the Wolf Commander is not safe either from all y'all joking, right?
Right.
Yes, you did.
And I'm not pissed off about that either. I'm actually firmly comfortable with that. Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
the walk has something to say. He said that reminds me of a story where my dad and I killed deer, and we used to jeep. My mom wouldn't like that, so my dad told me not to tell her. Me being a dumb kid told mom that the hare was a dog, was just a dog. Ha.
Dog hair. My dad
Hare.
tried to make me a liar. I was too honest for my own good.
You know, I've never done roadkill aside. Although when I was in Utah, like that stuff used to drive me nuts because you would always see like the beware of deer signs everywhere, and I never came across a deer, but you would see like the splatter from like the semi trucks, and as a semi truck, you can't stop. So it's like, yeah,
Mm-mm.
roadkill is a thing. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Well, I was listening, going off of what you said, media. I think what is in this society, looking back, we have parents who don't want to be parents or don't want the job of being parents. They're in love
Never
with the
wanted to be
idea.
one.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
in love.
or never learned
Agreed.
to be one. Yeah.
Absolutely. Or never learned to be one. They're in love with the idea of parents. They
Uh-huh.
love all the accolades and attention parenthood comes. When it comes down to doing the job of the parent, they do not want to do that. I see it all the time. They want the media to do the teaching for them, and they just fill in the blanks. They
Mm.
sit them in front of the Disney Plus or whatever they have and tell them to sit in and let this get into your head all day, and while I go off and do whatever daddy or mommy have to go off and do. They
Mhm.
don't want to sit down and play games with them. They don't want to take them, to trips or family vacations or just a trip to the ice cream shop or something. They and I'll use my own life as an example of how I grew up. Like now you see parents dragging their kids to R-rated movies. The movies are okay for the parents, but they drag the kids in to see it. Now, when I was growing up,
I ain't got no problem with that.
you don't have a problem with that. It was different when I was growing up. When I
I
was
know.
growing up, my mother felt
Look,
that if it was not,
all I'm saying is this: when it came down to the shoot pew pew bang bang cut and all the
Yep.
blood splatter, they were perfectly fine with me looking at that stuff. Right?
Right.
When those tits come up,
yes,
cover your eyes, boy.
Is
You
that
had
how it
nice
always
parents.
is?
You have great, good parents. My parents were totally different. They
Now you know what's now there's more to it. There's more to it. What was really funny, especially when my little brother had came to be, right? So my mom used to always have us cover our eyes, right? So what my dumb ass did was me and my brother we would sit down. I say, okay, from now on, whenever time we see something that we're not supposed to see, we slap ourselves in the face. So if
Yeah.
there was a so you know how long certain sex scenes would go, right?
yes, yes.
So at least like 2 to maybe 3 minutes of the sexy play, we're just slapping ourselves in the face.
Oh
Like
yeah.
like
I would have loved to see that in the movie theater. They
well
were
not
wondering
in
what's
we
wrong
didn't
with
do it
the
in the movie
kids.
theater. We're in the house. And my mom was like,
Okay.
"What are y'all doing? You said we can't watch it, so instead of covering our eyes, we slap ourselves." So we're just so we're slapping ourselves, but we have our eyes closed because of the pain. So for 2 to 3 minutes, we're just doing that, just doing that for the whole sex scene.
That works.
And when we're done, because we seen the movie so many times, we know. I know I'm gonna have a red mark after doing that, but whatever. So once the movie was done, we tell about the music being done, right? We stopped,
Mhm.
but every once in a while, we when that happened, we would just be like, "Bop."
Yeah.
Even my mom's friend who used to babysit us, she's like, "What are y'all doing?" When every time something nasty come in, we slap ourselves. I used to be the one that explains it because
Yeah.
in my brother's case, he was still child youth, whereas I was the brainy one. I,
Well,
so
that's
you so if I'm the one who's explained, you obviously can tell I was the one who orchestrated.
yes.
Yes, I was that narcissistic.
Oh.
I want look. I was so narcissistic in my youth that I want everybody to know I did it. That's how bad of a look. Freaking Greenball says I'm a bad liar. Dude, I'm the worst liar because I'm the one who want people to know that I
Yeah.
was the one who did. See, I was a villain in disguise. I was a villain in training. A terrible villain at that because
Reminds
I
you
like to
that
monologue.
reminds you that one rap song. Did I do it? And right, I did it.
So instead, I became a good guy because I sucked at being a villain.
That happens.
Well, good for you.
Well, we hunted that
Good
deer.
dear. Well, for me is my mother was relieved that if a film was not for young kids, we were not allowed to see it. So if it was R-rated, it was a no-no. So what they would do, like I know my parents wanted to see The Godfather when it opened, and what she told me, they did not go on. Back then, you didn't have to worry about opening
Be right
weekend.
back.
There was no rush to see it. Catch you, Wolf, to see it on opening weekend. So they would wait to a babysitter. They could find a babysitter like my cousins and so forth, and they would babysit us, and then they would go see the movie. And that's how they did everything. If it was a film she didn't feel was not appropriate for our ages. Now, if it was a movie that we could all see together as a family, then, like Superman the movie, then it was okay. But if it was specifically R-rated, she was strict on that. It was a no-no. You were only to see films that were appropriate. But what they would do if they wanted to see it, it never stopped them. It's just that they waited till they got a babysitter to babysit us, me and my sister, so that they could go and enjoy the film. So that's how it was for me, and that's how my mom did it. She said, "There's no reason to drag you to an R-rated movie." And the only reason I'm saying is because most parents don't have babysitters, and they probably can't. So instead of waiting to find one, they just go take them to maybe a film that's not ready for their ages. But the point I was trying to say is that I think parents today don't want the job of being a parent, and it could be for the reasons you said. If they weren't ready to be parents, which is why before you decide to become a parent, husband and wifey need to sit down and really ask themselves, is this what they want? If wifey comes to daddy to say that I want a baby, I want us to have children, you have to really look her in the eye and say, is this what you want? It means changes are going to happen. It means you can't be in the office, dear, 8 hours and not come home and take care of the kids. It's the same thing with dad too. But you have more women in the working more longer hours, being the CEOs of their own companies, and that's all well and good. I'm not saying don't do that, but you can't do both. You have to, or unless you're in a situation where you are the only parent and you have to, that's a totally different story because you're the only parent bringing in the income. So that's understandable. I want everybody in the chat to know I'm not totally cruel, because sometimes circumstances you have to work. But I'm talking about parents who like the idea of the romanticized parenthood. When the time comes to be that parent, which means you have to take time with your kids, sacrifice your time with your kids, they are not ready to do that. They want somebody else to do it for them, but they want to take the credit, or when it's convenient for them to be with their kids. That's how it is now. Yeah. When it's convenient to be with little Johnny and little Joan, when it's convenient for them. But if you're a working woman and you are running your company and so forth, you can't do both. You have to say, okay, I'm bringing this child into the world, so my responsibilities have changed. And that's what you got to be prepared for. You're right, you're stressed. So the parents today are not prepared for that. And you got to really ask yourself, is this what you really want? If your circumstance just does not allow it, it's best not to do it, because you'll pay for it when that kid gets into adolescence, when little Johnny is a cute little baby anymore, and they get in that adolescent stage and they start to rebel and they go run. You're sitting there scratching your head, wondering what went wrong. You can't figure it out.
Where did I go wrong with you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. And exactly. And they don't think back to the responsibilities. And I just feel like in these days and age, parenting to them, it's only convenient when it's convenient for them. But I've seen a lot of parents that absolutely do not want the responsibility of parenthood. They want to put it off on someone else, and then they want to take the credit for it, or it's convenient for them. Particularly
Kind of
with
like that. Kind of
women.
like Horton Hears a Who.
Mm-hmm. The Dr. Seuss story, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Parents don't want to actually.
Cartoon, the book.
The book, yeah, the book. The cartoon wasn't very good, but the book is.
Well, no, actually, no. It's not Horn. Here's a Who. It's the one where he's exiting. What was it called again?
Yeah.
Where he's exiting.
There's
Not
some parents
exit.
that
Exiting.
like there's parents out there that'll
Oh,
sort of abandon
sitting.
their kids as well.
Yeah, I see. Okay, I got what I
Dumpster
see what you're
baby.
talking about. Yeah, that's the baby. Yeah, yeah. They don't want to, particularly. I mean, dads too don't want to,
Foster
but
homes.
yeah,
Orphanages.
orphanages, mothers abandoning their babies, realizing they can't do it alone. So they. I know here where I lived in Michigan, the cities, it's staggering about the mothers that abandon their children, or are just not responsible with their children. You don't know the countless stories in Michigan of children in accidents or killed because the mother, maybe she's a single parent mother. I know it's hard, but the little ones not paying attention to where their kids are at. We had a horrible story, heartbreaking story of a little boy that was hit by a car because he wanted to follow his older brother to the playground. So the little
Mm.
boy went out the door by himself, all walking up the street, saw his brother, but the boy is a toddler, so he doesn't know how to cross the street, and tried to run out after his brother, and that's how he got killed. And the first thing I said, where was the mother? Where was the mother? Did the mother not pay attention to what her little son was doing?
Apparently
Black
not.
or white.
I see that all the time. I believe she was white.
Of course.
Yeah, and she did not see where her son was going, especially he was a toddler. He was a young age.
Mm-hmm.
Did she not teach her son, no, honey, you can't follow your older brother by yourself. You have to wait for your brother to come for you. Or no,
Thank you,
honey,
Neil. So
today,
I just looked that up just now.
Horton hatches the eggs, right? You can't go with Johnny to the park by yourself. You have to wait for mommy to take you or someone to take you. I
I
kept
was like that
saying,
with my
where
niece. I'm like,
where
you
was
are
the
not
mother?
crossing the street without me.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And then the mother's boo-hooing, sobbing, all on TV and all in tears. But I didn't want to be sensitive. The first thing I said was, where was she?
That was a boy.
It's like crocodile tears on her part.
Yeah, it is. She's booed. Oh, my brother, he was a good son. He was really good. He did. Where were you? In my understanding, she didn't work.
I have no sympathy for those kind of parents. Believe me.
Mm-mm.
I have no.
Tell her no.
Yeah.
Eloise, tell her you're 22. You can make decisions now. You're an adult. Tell her no. I'm not. No. That's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. You should ask her for what purpose. Why would she want to adopt a new child after you as she didn't had you? How old is your mom? Well, actually, you don't have to answer that. How old your mom is? You don't have to answer that. That's private. Speaking of privacy, you can keep that private. But yeah, you know, speaking of conversations, have that conversation with her. Why would you want to adopt another child? Unless her cycle is coming back up and she ain't got no man to fertilize with.
Mm-hmm.
Do you got? Go ahead, Wolf.
No, you take away too. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that the woman whose son died, she didn't have a job, so she was at home. So that's why I had no sympathy, because I think she probably was out. She wasn't paying attention to her child, probably on the phone, chatting, who knows what, tweeting, who knows. But I know if I hear that door open, I'm like, somebody's going out that door. I'm going to pay attention to it. I was going to say, do you guys remember the infamous Octomom from years ago? That woman,
publicity. That's all that was.
Publicity, and nobody talk. Yeah, it was publicity. It was, because she was all over the place. But I was going to say, why didn't anybody talk to this woman that you can't raise
too.
8 children by yourself for no reason? You need some therapy.
Did you see the house that she was living in when she was deciding to have these children? Where specifically?
Yeah.
There ain't no house to raise 8 kids in.
It wasn't. It wasn't a house to raise 8 kids in. I absolutely agree with you. It was not. It's you. Yeah. I mean, I know she's a grown woman, but I would have said, You need some therapy. There's something wrong with you if you want to raise 8 kids. You can't possibly do this by yourself. Her reasonings made no sense, and I hated the fact the media gave her all this attention. What they should have been doing is getting her some sort of mental therapy or some help. You're going to bring 8 children into this world, so that's a bad example of it. Yeah, that's a bad example.
Angelina and her litter. So
litter is right.
Yep.
I think that's what she said. Said she wanted to be Angelina Jolie or something like that. She wanted to emulate the celebrities or something like that. So
boneheaded can you be?
Well,
everybody wants to be either naked or
Angelina got her way by adopting, by adopting and birthing a few.
She only has 2 biological children with Brad Pitt.
I know,
just 2. But the rest of her little hordes is all adopted children.
Hordes.
Yes.
Third and fourth, the hordes.
I said, no wonder Brad probably lost his mind. I'm like, good grief.
That's why he moved out. Like, you want to deal with that mess? I wouldn't want to deal with that mess. Be like, peace.
Sheesh. no wonder her dad. And her dad's kooky too, but no wonder her dad don't want to be anywhere around her either. At some point, I don't
want to be around that litter either. It's like, daddy. I'm like,
granddaddy.
Like, I didn't birth you. Like,
you're no son of mine.
Mm-hmm. You're no son of mine. I beat the devil out of him.
Like, I didn't sign consent.
Mm-hmm. Who says you need consent? You're a man.
Well, 2021 tells me I need consent.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say. Any article? You said you had 3 articles today, right, Trooper?
Oh, I have. Yeah, I have more. Trust me, they only get worse.
Which one do we go through first? I guess.
Did you guys more or less finish thrashing the Mashable.com article? How every parent can help get rid of toxic masculinity.
I haven't seen that one yet. That's gonna be a mess.
I posted that one.
Dude, that was what we were talking about there earlier.
Well, no. The other one was 9 things parent can do every day that perpetuate toxic masculinity.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta see the line of thinking. So.
I've seen that one.
Here,
I'm sorry, I had to step away for a minute. What was these 2 articles that you put up, Trooper?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and share another one right now.
How every parent can help get rid of toxic masculinity. I'm gonna link it to the chat.
I'm here.
And I'm gonna relink it.
5 parenting trends.
Oh, this is gonna be sick.
5 to leave in 2020. Like, I guess.
Oh, people! Oh, goodness, people! This, and you said something. Can I say a little bit about the Brad and Angelina thing, right quick? Can I just? Okay.
I mean,
right ahead.
We got
my thing is because I know Angelina has an older adopted son, Maddox or something, and
Maddox.
Yeah, and there was this whole. I personally think Brad came from a household where you discipline. And from what I told, Angelina doesn't do that with her kids. She pretty much lets them do whatever they want to do. So she's going to have some troubled kids when they get to be adolescents because
we jailbirds.
The whole thing that led to the divorce was something about an argument between Brad and Maddox. Arguments happen. Maddox probably never gave Brad any respect. It probably was one of those, well, you're not my dad kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
And that can happen. And you just you have to let him go. But I think that he was trying to be a good father to him. But I think that a lot of it is also Angelina. I think that
he enabled the little monsters.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing. If I'm providing for your food and if I'm putting a roof over your head, yeah, I am your dad. And
let's pump the brakes real quick.
You're going to go to sleep when I tell you to go to sleep.
Hey, Victoria, by the way, let's pump the brakes. She has a question.
Okay.
And
right.
Hopefully we can answer, or at least we have our own armchair answer.
Well, you're going to have to find one.
I'll do my best to answer.
Anyway, she asked, what can single mom do if they don't have a man in their life? So be father figure for son or daughter. First of all, find you a look.
Yeah, look.
It will be really hard to have that male friend to be around you to really be an impact in your child's life. But you have to find that male friend that's willing to impart some really good male, especially for your son, if you have a son per se, you'll be hard pressed to find a male friend that's willing to be like that. What's like I'm using what's a good movie to use as a reference for that male figure in your child's life? Not necessarily there to date the woman until eventually at the end, of course, but like you have that one male friend that she has that really looks to the son and teach them moral values and stuff like that, or some really cool out of this world knowledge.
there,
Yep.
there, there are some, I just can't think from the top of my head of about that. The only thing I could think of is the Fresh Prince, because
Hmm.
Will Will did not grow up with his father, but Uncle Phil became father figure to Will.
Mhm.
Even though Uncle Phil is his uncle, but he's the father figure. But you're talking about a single parent, so I need to stay on track about a single parent,
Yeah,
a woman. God, I can't think at the
Home of
top
Our
of.
Own would be one. In the case,
Okay,
well, I got one. I got one. Johnny from Cobra Kai to Miguel.
okay. If you go with that one, Wolf, you can expect. You want to expound on that one, since I can't think. Iron Giant. Okay, yeah,
And
that's a good one.
Dean would be a good choice because eventually they do end up together at the end of Iron Giant. Um, Miguel's mom and Johnny are heading in that direction. I don't know what's taking Cobra Kai season 3 so long, or season 4. We're on season 3, right? Who's watched
Hmm.
Cobra Kai? Anybody watch Cobra Kai?
I have to
Uh,
catch up with it, but if you want to expound on it, go ahead. Because right now I'm
So
trying to think of an example. So go ahead and help her with her question.
Johnny and Cobra Kai, to enormous hilarity, became the de facto father to Miguel, kind of like a Terry McGinnis to Batman, or at least Bruce Wayne and Batman Beyond. Whereas Miguel he was coming close to being one of those very soy boys.
In other words, make sure he's enrolled in some activity and make sure there is a male role model in there, whether it be cello, whether it be martial arts,
Johnny,
whether
yeah,
it be little league. You're just gonna
Hmm.
have to do it. You're just gonna have to find the money for it.
yeah, you especially if you're that's one way of doing it too. What Trooper saying, make sure he has male role models in his life. Like either you have an uncle or a brother that you really are tight like that. And I'm
yeah.
hearing myself in the background,
I
like
don't hear you.
real,
Oh,
Um, yeah,
really hear
for
myself.
me. I mean, I've got my
I
I'll
might
turn.
have,
my
I'll
I
setup.
I'll
got
turn
my
turn
my.
my volume.
headphones on.
I have my headphones on. I can turn my volume down if you want me to. I'll do that.
I'll turn mine down. Anyways, because that was like blowing my concentration. That's why I said that. So yeah, you either there's two ways of going by it. You don't have to necessarily. Excuse me. You guys take over real quick.
Right.
Well, I like to go on with what Wolf said. If you are, I like what he said. If you are a single mother and you want your son to have a good role model, if you have like a brother that can spend time and really work with them, if you have someone in your church you go to that can you trust, that you know has good values, that can instill into your son as far as a good male role model, that's good to work with. If you enroll them in, well, here a rec center or YWCA, and they have a good father figure or role models that they can have that you trust, that you see are positive, that
Hmm.
you see are good with kids, then they can be good, because that's what's missing from young boys right now, especially that grew up in homes without dads. They're really missing a good male figure in their life, and it can be stressful on a mother to try to feel both worlds. Even though she may do the best she can, they know that without having that male figure, it can be difficult. So if you can have any one of those to help you out, that would be a start. But let's say that you meet someone, you're ready to date again and you're dating someone and your romance is starting, you want to make sure, first of all, you have to put your child first. And what I mean by that is whoever you're dating, you want to make sure that that person is good to your son, is positive, is not abusive, is not cruel, is not mean to your child, because your child has to come first. So if little Johnny comes to
Easy
you,
way to do it is to find somebody who also is a single parent too.
yeah, oh, that's a great way of looking at it. Yes.
Well, let me put it to you this way,
Which
and then I'll
it's
let you
gonna
guys
be,
finish.
it definitely would be a challenge too, because that
Um,
will also, there's a lot of challenge because once you already have that child, it's your
your your father figure is going to have to come from extracurricular activities, so you are going to have to enroll them in a sport. You're literally going to have to make sure that there's something that they do after school that keeps them busy. So it's either, like I said, it's either going to be a music instrument, or it's going to be little league. It could be even, joining, the swim team over at the YMCA. I mean, little side story for me. Like, was always really bad about clipping my nails. I did not care about my nails. But when it came to my violin instructor, she was very adamant about the length of my nails. So she was the one person I did listen to. So I mean, I still have that bad habit now of really keeping my nails really short, because it used to bug her all the time when she was teaching me violin. So when it came to finger posture, I mean, I since ended up moving from violin to cello. But case in point is, yeah, it's either going to come from a coach, an instructor, or like a teacher who presides over an after school club. So you're going to have to, just more or less, if you're a single parent, you're going to have to orchestrate that situation. That's not putting an extra burden on you, but at least you know what your child is doing when they're not, under your supervision, like direct supervision. And depending on the age too, I mean, if they're still, in elementary school, it's a little easier because there's always like after school programs. There's always like big brothers, big sisters. Um, there's still the YMCA. Depending on your community, sometimes you'll find a boys and girls club. But you literally gotta vet them out yourself. You are your own vetter. So if you think it's legit, go for it. If they're a little older, if they're already starting to hit 10, 11, 12, then yeah, definitely, now sports is a good time to go ahead and, put in there. Um, my hygienist, her daughter is in women's soccer. Her daughter actually just got full scholarship over at the University of Wisconsin. So, I mean, and there's a whole situation with that too, in terms of what went on. But again, case in point, it's teaching them teamwork, it's teaching them discipline, and at the same time, it's something that eventually can be used as something constructive. So,
And just make sure the coach is not a pedophile.
well, yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, that's always,
Yeah.
that's
You
always
have to double check with that. There's brothers, there's people out there that
yeah,
will take advantage
yeah,
of situations like that
right.
and you don't want that. And I'm just gonna say same thing with whoever you're dating. Again, another tragic story here in Michigan that had the headlines of a 3-month old that was beaten to death by the mother's boyfriend.
I think I
And
might have heard about that one.
they charged her and the boyfriend. And I said, I am glad they charged her too, because she did nothing to protect her child.
Right.
Yes, you want to date, you want to have someone special, but you don't let them beat up on your child. You got to still put that child first. Yeah, Sam, I love you, but look, Johnny's got scars, and you're gonna have to leave because you're not gonna do that to my child. So I'm glad the mother, again, I get the mother was arrested as well. It wasn't just she tried to put it off on the dad, but they said she knew about it, but she wanted to have a boyfriend. So I heard all kinds of stuff. So it's it can be done, like you said, but you can try all those different ways of doing it because it can be hard. But yeah, dating maybe another person who's a single parent because you can understand, and then maybe they can help you with the children that you have. So I was trying to think of other examples, but I think those are the ones that I can think of. Of course, I don't know that much. I'm not a parent myself, so I can only go by.
Are you an auntie?
Yes, I am an aunt. Yeah.
See, there you
I'm an uncle.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
qualification
go.
there.
Auntie wisdom.
Yes.
There you go.
Two wonderful boys. I'm an
Yep.
auntie to two wonderful. But trust me, fellas, I had to get used to boys because when my sister had two boys, I'm like, oh no, I don't have anything to. There's nothing but dolls here. What am I going to do with these boys? And they were young, so I set them down and
Let them play
introduced
with
them.
dolls then.
Hmm?
I said,
No, no, no.
look, you got your you had your Ken dolls at the time, right? They could play with
Yes.
Ken
goodness.
Oh
dolls.
yeah,
Oh,
and they
goodness.
did too. And they pretty much, I had to get new ones. They tore those to pieces.
Tore 'em
They
up.
Look,
did.
all you have to
They did.
look.
Cowboys and Indians.
I'm pretty sure it worked out fine for you in the end. But like, if I was there, I'm like, okay, I got nothing but Barbie dolls and Ken dolls. Well, I guess we can play house
Yeah.
for a while until I get you
Yeah.
some action figures like some Superman, Spider-Man, whatever.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
just have to make do what we got.
Yeah, I would buy them. Yeah, and then I bought them like uh Superman, and because I know the youngest nephew likes Superman, so I bought him Superman toys, and I told him I'd get that, and I know he loved the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse or something he liked on the Disney Channel, and I got him stuff, the toys just like that, Mickey and all his friends, and Goofy and Donald. He even wanted Minnie too. That was the thing, interesting thing about him. He loved Mickey and Minnie. He said Mickey can't be without Minnie. That's what he would always say. So you got to have Minnie too. So maybe it doesn't. Maybe it works after all, because that's what he would always say. It's Mickey. And he'd say, "Well, where's Minnie? Mickey's never without Minnie." That's what he would always say to me.
Because he watched
So
the cartoons.
Yep.
yes, yeah, he did, and he always saw. He said he wanted Minnie because Mickey is always with Minnie, and she asked. That's what he would always. That's what he said to me.
That's why I'm telling these. That's what I'm trying to say to these idiot SJ hobos is that there's a reason why you, or at least this is why I try to tell conservative parents too, or any traditional parenting. Look, there is nothing wrong with a boy having a doll in his collection of action figures. His
Yeah.
action figures to him,
Yep.
his action figures need girlfriends.
That they do.
Okay.
Well, the other thing too is, if you're a single parent, is to be mindful of the programming you're exposing them to. That might mean you might have to end up having to buy all the seasons of GI Joe to keep them from watching whatever the SJ Hobo crap we got on
Right.
PBS now. So I mean, you might have to buy some good episodes of Reading Rainbow, before LeVar Burton lost his mind. But
Yeah.
Trooper, yeah, I had to sit through the oldest one. He's now 23, but my oldest nephew, good Lord, he loved Full House. And when I had to babysit him, if I didn't put on Full House, he would throw a fit. I had to sit there, Full House marathons, because it was the only way that boy would be. I had to find something because I was not a Full House fan, but he loved Full. He said,
See, that's where you
no,
should. See, this is where you have to put your
Full
foot down. This is where you have to put your foot down. I'm like, look here. It's a Full House marathon on today. You guys, there's so many episodes of Full House. Can you at least humor me
But you know what? There's
introducing
a
you to some other show?
There's a difference between Full House and Family Matters versus what they're showing now, because it was always emphasis on family. Now it's emphasis on the self, and not family, and be selfish.
Yeah,
So,
that's the problem there.
Yeah,
Nothing.
so I mean, if you want to watch Full House and they want to watch freaking Candace Cameron, and freaking Uncle Joey, hey, that's great,
Yeah.
But, I mean, look at the shows now. I mean, we're talking about what, Loki?
Oh yeah, I fear for the. Go ahead.
No.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Trooper, because I fear for the youngest one.
Say, referring to our discussion last night of these vapid shows that really have no message, and the message is there is no message, and it's only.
Well, there's one message: vote Democrat.
Well, we need to quote have a conversation. Everything's about having a conversation. It's like, okay, but you're not necessarily addressing the difference between good and evil. Now it's about, oh, now it's about how's it go? The self versus the group, and they
Yep.
want you to have more of a group mentality. And it's like, well, if you have a group mentality, you're never going to get anywhere.
A
You're
group
always going
mentality of
to,
self.
yeah.
Oh yeah, because Wolf, back to your standard. Eventually, I did win over because one day I sat him down and I said, when to the oldest one, when he was about 7, the age I was, I sat him down. I said, today we're going to learn about the ways of the Force. And I
Mm-hmm.
sat him down to watch Star Wars. I waited till he was about the age I was. He was 7. He was like, Auntie, I said, let's just sit down, son. I'm going to introduce you to the tale of Luke Skywalker. I said it just like that, to the tale of Luke Skywalker. Sat him down. We had some popcorn. I set him on down,
Yeah.
and introduced him to the original
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Star Wars trilogy. Those 3
No.
films. And then as he got older, I showed him the prequels, which he happened to like. He liked Revenge of the Sith was his favorite one.
Mm.
But as we gradually, and then I got him into the Superman, the Christopher Reeve one, which he loved when he was young. He did, because he kept talking about, I know the special effects people did it now, but to his little eyes, he thought seeing Christopher Reeve fly was the greatest thing he had ever seen. He said, Auntie, that is the greatest thing ever. Look at him really flying. I don't believe it. That is just amazing. And I just sat there with a smile on my face.
Reaction what Donner was going for. You will believe a man can fly.
It worked. Now this is in the 90s, and here's my 7-year-old nephew watching it, and he believed it. It shows you what a classic Donner. I hate to get off track, but I'm just saying what his eyes, what classics do. You're not going to get that going forward now with these kids now.
Before we tackle this next question, because Victoria's really hitting us hard with these good questions.
Y'all got some great ones.
Those are
easy.
I mean.
So, Brian, do you want anything to add that about father figures and single parenting?
Yeah, because you need father figures now, because the father will teach the boy the man, the kind of man he wants to be, and to teach the daughters the kind of man she'll want to marry at some point.
And amen on that.
That's similar with the mother figures too. Like it teaches,
or be friends with. Look. Damn the friend zone. I'm talking about a companion that she trusts.
Right.
Period.
Right. Yeah.
Damn that friend zone shit that they keep pilling about and prattling on about, which I'm glad they're silent on that one. But even if that's not the potential mate that she wants to marry, at least she has a friend that she can trust and confide in.
Exactly.
Even though if the friend might harbor some feelings towards her, he still respects her as a friend at the end of the day. You're supposed to respect. You're supposed to raise a man. Right. She has a man for a friend. Let's just say that, a man for a friend who honors her decisions, even though he wasn't her first choice or her second choice. It's pretty bad if he's second choice, because she's already damaged goods.
Very much.
Depending on how the damage is, but whatever. But no, truth be told is, again, if the friend is a man friend, what I mean by man friend, like he's a responsible man, he's an adult. He'll remind her of at least her father of the adult things and the responsible things that he impart onto her. Not saying she's looking to see the father through him or seek the father through him. It's the reminder that she remembers that she was raised by a good man, and she's now friends with a good man.
Right.
To the point where if the friend is making sense to what he's saying, she says, "Your mama raised a good boy," or if he came from a 2-parent household, your parents raised a good man.
Exactly.
You know,
you need the love of both the mother and the father.
Mm-hmm.
If you can.
And by that same token, if that man is a friend, she met a friend that was raised well by 2 parents, by who received. She now knows what she was probably missing in life if she came from a single parent, be mother or father.
Exactly.
So Victoria asks, do you guys think step parents get too much flack, especially in TV shows and movies?
Oh
It's
yeah,
start.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
Because
it's it's a
it was always about indoctrinating the child to be
Rebellious.
rebellious. Like it was never about, oh, you're not my dad. It was more to the fact of, um, I can police myself better than someone who did not impart the gift of life to me. My problem that I have is this. It's like you could you could very well have had a child with or without wedlock, and your partner may end up being like the worst human being on the planet, and you end up, getting into a different relationship, and that that new partner may be nothing but, you know absolutely loving of that child. So yeah, they do mischaracterize step parents, and to use them as plot devices of anything else, to subvert parenting, if you will, to
Right.
subvert the will of the parent. And
Right.
the thing is this: it's, yeah, what you're seeing is, popular culture more or less trying to mold that child into someone who, of course, now in 2021, we know what the outcome is. It's to be more or less a belligerent socialist. But more to the point is, um, there is nothing that says that a step parent can be any less or more loving than their biological parent. Um, but with that also comes the discernment of that biological parent knowing that this will be the best partner for my child. And I think that tends to kind of get mixed in the water and get lost. That, when you're with someone, you also, once you've already had a child, you have to take the consideration of that dynamic, how it'll affect your child, and giving
Hmm.
your child the time to actually acclimate to, uh, you know step parent and parent have now moved into a different living situation. And yes, your step parent can tell you when to go to bed, and can also tell you that if you don't eat your vegetables, you're not going to eat. So, it comes down to, both parents, whether they're a step parent or not, taking responsibility for rearing that child.
Hmm.
So, you're going into another relationship with someone else who may have a child. You have to take on the responsibility and the realization that you're going to be just as responsible for that child. Um, and sometimes what ends up happening, you'll see it sometimes. You don't see it a lot, or rather, you don't hear about it a lot. Uh, Sometimes, especially if you happen to watch TikTok or some of these other videos online, you don't see a lot of them now. But like, I remember seeing one. I think the girl was turning 18, and as her birthday present, her step parent, presented her with adoption papers and asked her, "Hey, do you want to be my daughter?" And like, the girl just busts out in tears.
Hmm.
Like, yeah, you don't see a lot of that because, of course, we don't like to elevate that type of relationship. That you can have a very loving
I think
parental
it kind of stems
relationship.
from not offending Christian family households that are
Oh
specifically
no,
all
I mean,
about.
that's an excuse. That's absolutely an excuse. It's about, again, it's about secularizing the nuclear family.
Yeah,
Hmm.
there
So
were like I said, the whole you're not my father type of deal.
It's like you're not my dad.
It's
Is
like
how they say it.
it's like they're trying to teach kids to go look for your real parents instead of just sticking to the
yeah,
step parents. Even though their step parents are actually trying to be parents,
yeah,
Hmm.
or their parents are trying to give children a roof over their head instead of just them growing up in orphanages, not never ever having a parent, not
yeah,
knowing what a parent really is, or what grown up interaction is, especially when the orphanage is run by nuns
Oh
and nothing
yeah.
but nuns. If you
Hmm.
got that kind of orphanage, or even women who are just nothing but social workers who probably never had who probably came from single households too, who got into the social working biz because it's easier now to get into social working these
Mhm.
days, or any other occupation like nursing. They,
Mhm.
they, they really lowered the bar there on the on getting application or applying into these type of fields. So you have fatherless mothers looking after parentless children. You have you have also in that same token probably parentless grown-ups looking after parentless children too who never had any interaction with parents anyways,
Hmm.
who are probably just regurgitating what they learned from a pamphlet or a book,
Mhm.
doing what they were instructed on how to do, but no but lack that heart of what it felt to have a parent, or at least they only know one parent and probably never had no role model in their life, or at least
Right.
they only
Mhm.
had one role model that probably
Yeah.
taught them a lot of negative things in their lives. Like, you got a lot of single mothers too that teach their daughters to hate men because they hate the man who ran out on them.
Hmm.
Or
Mhm.
you had the one jaded father who lost that one love and it was completely jaded. So now the son internalized that
Mhm.
to where if the woman do not fit that perfect wife that the father is so jaded about losing,
Mhm.
he projects that anguish onto them. That's why, and really, I hate to get dark on this one, but that's where it breeds a lot of criminals in that of any
Oh
kind, of
yeah.
any form, men and women, man and woman.
Yeah.
The in the case of the women killing the man, abandonment issues, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The father abandoned the mother. The mother is so angry that the father had abandoned them, and they're afraid that the man will abandon them. So if they can't have them, then no one else will. So they terminate the man.
Hmm.
Mhm.
In the case of the son, if the woman do not act the way the mother do, or at least the mother that he remembers as a child that died and passed away, and the father was jaded about the father, termination because you do not fit the picture that my father that my father painted with my mother of my mother.
Hmm.
That
Mhm.
and there can also be abandonment issues with the son too on that same token as well. Same thing with the
Right.
with the daughter. If the man don't fit the picture of the perfect father that the mother lost.
Right.
And mind you, keep in mind the people that they lost. I'm pretty sure they probably were good people in their lives. Then that's probably
Right.
the greatest people that they ever had in their lives, the greatest relationship that they ever had, and nothing can replicate that. No one can replicate that. Truth be told, nobody should not be replicating that. That's supposed to be new love. It's supposed to make way into new love, make way for new love. That's what you're imparting to your children. Okay,
Yep.
and that's where the children really get screwed up on. That's where we now gotten so many impressionable children that are running around with coats,
Mhm.
that are running around with potential murderers or potential rapists, or even uh emotional and mentally abusive people. It's that codependency. That's what I'm trying to say. It leads to codependency to the point where it gets worse. It could potentially get worse, and that's what they teach too now. Like these codependent people are teaching in these media codependency, codependent on the government,
Yeah.
codependent on relationships that you ain't gonna try to build aside from punching your keyboard.
Mhm.
You ain't never gonna meet these people in real life, but you're very codependent on their validation through that keyboard stuff. You know.
Right.
Now, Victoria asked, "What was your favorite stepmom stepdad character?" I'll bring it up here. Anybody got any takers?
Yandu.
Yandu
Yep.
from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean that was probably one of the most poignant moments in the Volume 2 film. Uh, way on
He
your
may
day.
not been your father, but he sure as hell ain't your daddy.
Yep. And again, that's what I've been driving at is that you don't necessarily have to be blood related to
Hmm.
be a family. Um, but I mean, at the same time, Hollywood doesn't like talking about that stuff. They want to, they want you to be your own martyr. So, the multiverse is because of Loki, not because Ancient One talked about it, or
Hmm.
you know,
Hmm.
Senator,
Mhm.
you need to do better. That whole thing from
Oh, good grief.
Falcon with special guest star, Bucky, and then
Did someone say Captain America?
Oh, no.
right. So
I was waiting for Leia to chime in like that.
what you say about my
You say about my mama?
right? So I've got
Read from where?
go back to work.
That same show.
So, but
Hmm.
Um, for me, stepdad wise, I would say Dean
Hmm.
from Iron Giant,
Hmm.
okay.
and only because he took on my
Uh,
artist aspect.
hmm.
My mom had a friend named Dean too, who was also an artist.
I'm
That
not
was
sure.
funny. But I used to call him. I still do. I call him my mentor.
Yeah.
But you want to dip out, Brian? You sound sleepy.
No, I'm all right. I'm just okay. I think I'm trying to think of how I can answer the question that Victoria, like, what's favorite
I'm sure
stepmom or
you know.
stepdad?
Yeah, stepmother wise, for me would have to be. Oh my goodness,
I guess
I got a
I
lot of them, but I'm trying to pinpoint.
I don't know of
Uh
any like stepmother or stepfathers, but I do know like father figures, if that works.
You could do
that would
that
have to.
too. I
That
mean,
would have to. I'll be done, and you take the floor, Brian. For me, if I had to choose the best stepmom stepdad combo, would be oh, what was her name? What was her name from Good Witch? Uh, when in doubt, being characters. Sorry, guys. When in doubt,
oh
Bing.
good, oh goodness.
Okay, Cassie Nightingale and what was the dad's name? What was the dad's name?
Mhm.
How is it the ladies got more top billing than the dudes? Let's check out Brandon. No, that's not him. It's not Jake. I guess if I click on her, I'm pretty sure he'll pop in because they do become a couple later on in the series.
Hmm.
So it's Casey and Nick Radford. Best. Wait, no, that's the son's name. My bad. Wait, I got him.
Hmm.
Sam Radford and Casey Nightingale from Good Witch. I'll link their profiles to you guys in the chat
Yeah.
and private.
Right.
You know who I'm talking about. It, and yes, it's a Hallmark show. It's a good Hallmark show though.
What? No,
Hmm.
no Scrooge McDuck. I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Scrooge McDuck is a good one
Would
too.
would
Bro,
Optimus
you're
Prime?
the one. You're the one who think of it. You name it.
I'm just waiting for y'all to have a creative answer. I can't be like, oh yeah,
I
Blue
just gave a creative answer. Yes,
Milkmaid
it's from Hallmark.
or
Yes,
Hallmark. That's funny.
Hmm.
of
I was
all
gonna.
places.
Of all
Oh,
places.
could I say something?
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
Would Optimus Prime count in a sort of father to his men kind of capacity?
Nah, he's a leader. But yeah,
Hmm.
he is a father figure.
If we're talking about maybe like Transformers Prime, maybe, you know,
Hmm.
but I mean that's more recent than the original
Then
Transformers.
again, yeah, Good Witch is Hallmark, so they really heavily they heavily lean on traditional values anyway. So of course they're gonna have good representations of parents, whether they're step or um or biological parents.
Let me put it to you this way, Neo. Where was Donald in all those adventures with the money bin? So Disney could even say Donald was maybe a haphazard, absent father if we really want to go there. But I mean, if we want to focus on the adventures, I mean, technically, you know, there's a shared dynamic between Uncle Scrooge,
Hmm.
and Huey, Dewey, and Louie, and then you've got Webigail, and you know, it's
Yeah.
it's a discovery of what family is. We can go ahead and assign
Kerchak.
roles to
Kerchak from Tarzan.
we can
Or
assign
Kala.
roles to adults, but at the very end of the day, it's
Mhm.
either a father figure or a mother figure. That's what it really comes down to. It doesn't really matter whether they're blood related or not, or if it's an uncle or if it's a grandfather. Sometimes extended family members actually have to go ahead and step in when there is a tragedy or there's a circumstance where the direct parent isn't involved in raising the children. So there's that. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Fran Drescher. Yep, from The Nanny.
Mm.
Anybody else got any characters,
Mm.
or do
I,
you guys
I
want to
have.
move on to the other article I had?
Let me check out that new article then.
Well, there's two more. I mean, if you want to go through another parenting article, or I have a Camille Paglia article that I kind of wanted to touch upon too,
What
because
Camille Paglia? Go for it.
yeah, because the only way I can pretty much typify it is Camille Paglia is still one of the last humanities professors that's still actually out there teaching this stuff. Here, I'll send it to you. Let's see.
Private shit.
It's from the American Conservative, although unfortunately, it usually tends to be more right-leaning websites that talk about this stuff, and it
Yeah.
has to do with transgenderism and civilization's decline.
Oh, Leia's gonna love this one.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, moral of the story, there's, when civilizations go through phases, usually
See a while.
towards the decline of a civilization when you start seeing certain characteristics start to play themselves out. Now we can call ourselves a very decadent society because we are a first world society, but on top of that, add another layer to the we for as much as we take our freedoms for granted, we're in a situation where we can do a lot of this stuff now. It's you can't necessarily call yourselves a they or a them, in second or third world countries. I
Oh yeah,
mean,
they execute you for that stuff.
well, yeah, and you can
Well, they
see
don't have
the
no language for that.
you can see the side end of a building if you
Or at
really
least they
want.
don't have no way of wording it that way because the language is so ingrained into gender dynamics. You have to assign gender dynamics. I mean, like I said, the language in every other country, it's gender dynamics when it comes to us saying up the language on how you describe things, on how you say things. Like chair
Yeah.
can mean two different two
Mm.
different ways
Now, mind
between
you,
male and female in
Mhm.
Latina dialect,
now, mind
Latino
you, I had
dialect, Latin
to
dialect.
I had
Sorry.
to literally like sift through these articles to find this particular one because this is also from 2017.
Yeah, I think I
Uh,
remember hearing
to
something
to
about
wrap
this
up
on YouTube.
to wrap up the first article that I pulled from having to deal with parenting, that was from 2017. This is more or less a contrast to that. So, a good quote is people who live in such times feel that they're very sophisticated, that they're very cosmopolitan, she says. And that's actually very true.
They're very
Because again,
pretentious, these people, right?
well, it has to do with, on the ground level, living in a first world society. I
Mm.
mean, think of 2017. I mean, we had 45 in office, and just like anything else, it's a fast food society. If you really want something, you can get on an app, you can have it brought to your home. If you don't want to cook, you can go ahead and get on an app again, have it brought to your house. They can either knock on the door or not. I mean, that's more of a 2019 thing, but um, you're not starving. You're not having to go hunt for your food. I mean, the most hunting you'll have to do is the check register at Target. Um,
Pretty much.
so I mean, again, a very decadent society. And then also, the fact that we are now in a position to where we can start addressing ourselves in a very humanist perspective, taking religion out of it, and again having to deal with pronouns and what you identify with, and how you choose to be addressed. Can't really do that in a second or third world society. I mean, it, again, with the economic stratification between first and second world and third world countries, it's a stark contrast. So, and then I'm going to go ahead and read further on. In truth, uh, they are evidence of a civilization that no longer believes in itself, which is very true. We've now
Oh
become,
yes.
quote unquote, very self hating. On the edges of that civilization are people who still believe in heroic masculinity. And I think that's probably one of the key things in this article is that there are still people like ourselves that do believe in heroic masculinity. And you'll see it throughout many in our community who talk about, villains and heroes and a
Uh,
true villain and a true hero and not try to mix the two. And
One of the
then
big
I
points of the Professor Geek community.
yeah, and then I actually shared an article last night. I'd have to go through the MeWe thread where it pretty much says uh, that more or less we're really mucking up that water. And I think it had to do with WandaVision, and it had to do with Falcon and Winter Soldier and the 25, no, I think it's 28 nominations for the two Marvel shows. And they're very sneaky about that too because they submitted WandaVision as a limited
Still need a title
series,
for that topic
and
because we're
then
definitely gonna be talking
they
about that.
they submitted Falcon as a ongoing series, which honestly that was their way of getting those titles out there. But what I'm getting at is that title really alluded to the fact that, oh, heroic versus villainous characters are such an old, outdated model. So what you consider a villain, say like Skeletor, oh well, that's outdated. There's really no such thing as a villain as so much the morality in things, or I should say, taking morality out of something and adding ethics. So she did what she had to do because she felt she had to do it. Again, giving more excuses for actions that, quote
Fifi's too.
unquote, you're not responsible for their outcomes.
Mm,
So,
It
but
sounds like
yeah,
it's
yeah,
complacency.
yeah, and I mean it's still happening right now, and there's a real big disconnect, between the existing culture, which is as far as the foundation of the culture, and then
It's
the
relativistic.
yeah, and then there's a big contrast with the infatuated with transgenderism and intersectionality portion that's now starting to become mainstream. So, I mean, we're now
Mm.
moving from traditionalism into this infatuation with um, a group mentality that doesn't necessarily uh, focus on the individual or focus on merit as much as the group itself, more or less becoming the entity in terms of, if you succeed, we all succeed. Well, no, that's not necessarily true because no one else shares in your success. I mean, in order for everyone to share in your success, you have to literally cut yourself down a few pegs so everyone else can feel like they're successful as well. So, I
Same
mean, I
here.
thought this was a really good article to bring up. And whether you like the religious or post-religious right or Christian people, I mean, more or less, that's where you're still going to find some of that meritocracy. You're not going to find it on the political left anymore. That's pretty much gone, as evidenced by our mainstream culture and the constant
Mm.
whining and complaining from YouTubers about this kind of stuff. And
Oh
maybe
yeah,
not
no.
necessarily our channel, but all the popular channels are still whining about it. So that's where you see how the existing culture is starting to react to the mainstream culture, and the mainstream culture now is more or less
First
a
world
type.
problems.
Well, I was going to say a type of socialism that encompasses multiculturalism because we're not a mono ethno state. So we're not like an all white country and we're not like an all black country. We are, quote, a cross racial country. So the easiest way to be able to tear down these existing foundations that came before is to tear down the ideology and to say, you know what, you're oppressed because you're a woman, or you're oppressed because you're a gay male, or you're oppressed because you're a black man in a predominantly white society. So, and that goes with parenting, because it's going to start bleeding into the parenting. I don't know what Gen Alpha is going to look like, because Gen Alpha is just now starting to.
It scares me what they're going to look like, for good Lord sakes.
Well, Gen Alpha is just now coming into this. Like, Zoomers right now are in their 20s, and starting
Mm-hmm.
to go into their mid
Hmm.
20s. But Gen Alpha has been soaked in Common Core, and has been soaked in critical race theory, and has been soaked with all these propaganda books, like, T is for transgender, that kind of stuff. And, we like to kind of mock and poke at it. And, Schooner had made a comment, hey, we should mock this stuff. And, him and I always tend to have contrasting views, and my view tends to be, the more you mock it, the more you're fueling that flame, which is what they're literally looking for. My whole thing is to ignore it completely and show a contrasting photo I of what the ideal is.
Hmm.
So if you're showing me the ideal is a trans woman with a big old Adam's apple hanging off their throat, then the contrasting view would be the idyllic family with a white picket fence, the working family, if you will. Um, Sometimes that involves, more than one income, because we are now in an inflationary society where you do need two working parents. But there's still ways around it, and that's where both parents have to take the responsibility of raising a child, and that's kind of sad too, because now it's becoming more and more difficult to have more than one child, but that's almost engineered that way. So, but if you guys have anything to add, go ahead. If not, we're just going to keep going into the article. So I think I linked it here. Let me go ahead and just, or Leia, let me go ahead and just put it in there again.
It's another article than the ones that you
It's the
mentioned
last
before I
one.
left.
Yeah, it's the last
Oh,
one.
okay. Okay.
Because I had one more. But I told Brian I kind of wanted to move to this one to just kind of wrap
The
it
last
up.
one says elf on a shelf.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's really funny about that is that, for as I hate to think that Elf on a Shelf has become a very traditional type thing, but it's basically saying that, oh, that Elf on a Shelf is threatening, and, oh, Santa's watching, but we don't need to put an elf on a shelf. He doesn't need a spy to make sure you're behaving. In other words, saying it's okay to misbehave when no one's watching. So, what are we teaching these kids? To be, unruly and to be amoral when no one's watching, and then, it's not lying if you don't get caught. I mean, that's
Stuff that's
literally.
going to ruin them once they get into adulthood.
Oh yeah, because again,
And get into jail.
well, it's more of the, I don't have to take responsibility for my own actions. I'm just here because of systemic racism. Because again, everything is now systemic,
Somebody
meaning
will
that
tell
it
them
was
that.
not my fault.
That's
It
a
was
taught
not my
mindset.
fault. It was the existing power structure that more or less led to this demise. So, and co-sleeping, which I found, completely ridiculous. I remember there were times where I woke up in the middle of the night, with a nightmare, and I
Hmm.
just freaking snuck into my parents' bed, and that was it. That was the end of it.
Hmm.
That
It's
happens. Yeah.
yeah,
You
Uh-huh.
find you look for
yeah, and basically
security
what
in
they're
the
saying is,
parenting.
oh, you need to
Mm-hmm.
get away from
Yep.
co-sleeping. It's like that's not a thing. That's a thing that happens when a child is scared in the middle of the night.
And
So,
who do you run to if not your parents?
if not your parents. So
You have to
again,
run to your parents.
teaching
Who is the
them that
one that's
parents are
protecting
not
you?
reliable,
Yeah.
or stable, or the one stable, factor in your childhood. So yeah, you're raising these children to literally be like unstable idiots, is the easiest way I can put it in lay
Basically,
terms.
just keep them as
That
children.
I'm a they,
Man
and I have
children,
multiple
even.
hair, and I have multiple personality disorder, and I have,
Raising
I
them to
have
be basket
ADD.
cases.
Suddenly they're self-diagnosing. That's the other thing I can't stand.
Ascribe
You
mental
know,
illness.
in my
We need to
in
worry about the mental
in my
illness.
ECT days, that was probably one of the worst things. Like, people, trying to self-diagnose, and it's like, okay, there are people that actually have to deal with these mental health issues through no fault of their own, and you're just taking this on as a badge to be able to say, I'm more of a victim than you. And it's like, okay,
They're
well,
treating it like designer clothes for crying out loud.
yeah, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. It's like they're wearing it like designer clothes. So,
That's what I've been acquainted to lately too.
but
So I
everyone
guess
wants
we
to
all
call it.
have been having come reaching we have to reach the goal at some point.
Well, I mean, everyone wants to
It's a
call it
logical conclusion.
CRT, and let's be honest. I mean, yeah, we can call it critical race theory, but what it is it's anti-white hate. It's what it is, because
Hmm.
everybody
Yeah,
knows.
Yeah.
bottom line.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
bottom line is what it is. You can't exercise. You can't eat well. You can't have body positivity. 90s body positivity. You know,
Hmm.
without it somehow being racist against one particular group. Again, like I said, you can't eat a steak. You
I
can't leave
almost
Vegan.
on time.
reverse.
You can't have decent grooming. Again, all stuff that's gonna give you all that's gonna put you at the top of the list for that job. So you show up on time. First impression is always the most important. Press
Hmm.
your clothes.
Hmm.
Brush your hair. It's like take out all those freaking piercings at your face. Present yourself in the best light. That's somehow all systemic of racism. I don't see how. I mean, I would want people to see me on my worst day looking my best than on my best day looking my worst. So,
Oh
Hmm.
yeah.
Well, like at Disney World now, they dropped the dress code for their employees. They told them
Oh goodness,
they can
yeah, I
come
heard.
looking like, yeah, they can come looking any way they want to look, express themselves any way they want to say. So, just
Like
like
come
Trooper
and
just
look at the
described,
hair.
that's what you're gonna see at Disney World. Hey,
God
come get some
forbid,
like
Mickey.
it's like
God forbid
Cartman
they
from
hire a
South
nudist.
Park. Like whatever, I can do what I want.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
God forbid, God forbid they hire a nudist.
Oh
Mm-mm.
man,
let's
that is
let's
going to
put it this
create
way:
hell when that
what comes
happens.
after Cartman? What comes after Cartman? Like, okay, we had Beavis and Butthead as the counterculture, and then we had Cartman as the counterculture. Now, what comes after Cartman?
Is it
Like,
Bart Simpson?
no, Bart's
No.
been around forever.
Oh, okay.
Like that was the counterculture back in the early 90s. I mean, they
Right.
just happen to still be going on for the next 20, 50 years. Like the show
Yeah.
that won't die.
Exactly.
Uh,
Peter,
Go on. Mhm.
we used to
Peter,
poke fun at
Peter
the
Griffin.
nuclear family with Married with Children, but that has since literally become what it, uh, or rather, it then became that, and then it deteriorated from that.
Yeah.
So while we were showing the working
Almost.
class male as a buffoon, and the middle
Homer
class
Simpson.
female, yeah, or showing Peggy Bundy, the stay at home mom, as an aloof, lazy, useless piece of whatever, um,
Mhm.
But still demand
self-absorbed, if
sex.
you will, and then showing children of a working class family as either too promiscuous
Lazy or
or lazy. Yeah,
ineffectual or
yeah,
nihilistic.
because I mean,
Yeah.
while they
Oh
were
yeah.
poking at the working class family, this is literally what they were hoping this is where we were going. Now we've since gone beyond that, and look at where we're at, where you have women posing as men posing as women, and then the woman who poses as a man gives birth. I don't know if you guys saw that one. Um, that one's been making its rounds on TikTok.
A
I,
woman posing as a man gave. I'm not shocked
yeah,
at that.
a trans man giving
Oh
birth
yeah.
to a baby, and
Oh,
then the trans woman.
Oh good grief.
Yeah, and
that
then the
is
trans woman trying to get the baby to imprint on him by breastfeeding, if you will. Of course,
that's
there's
just
no way
Police!
for them to
Help!
breastfeed.
Police!
Yeah,
that's sick. That's
Police!
sick. That is sick, and that
I'll
is
see if I can find it. I'll have to look
We need
for
to
it.
find that video with that guy that goes, Police! Help!
Hide the
Police!
kids, hide the
yeah.
Right, no, that one.
yeah. So
That is just
I'll have to
that
find it.
is
I'll have to find it.
inhuman.
I had it. I'll
It's
have to post it on my
degeneracy. Let's
I
call it what it
wasn't
is.
going to because I thought it was a little too graphic, but I think I'll have to post it to our private chat so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'll just have to look for
No,
it.
I believe you, Trooper. I
Yeah.
believe you, and I believe these people would pull something like this just to buckle normality. They think
Oh
being
yeah,
normal
yeah,
is such
yeah,
a terrible,
yeah.
horrible thing. They
Such a
so
bad thing.
so selfish into their own selves, and like I said,
Yeah.
they're the villains.
They're what
They're the
TV
villains.
tropes would call
They
chaotic
are. But
stupid.
see, they're relying on popular culture and mainstream to pretty much reinforce the fact that they are not, and that's exactly
Yeah,
what's going on. So I
yeah.
mean, we're willing to tell these people, oh,
See you,
you're not
Melissa.
a villain
Yeah,
because
Melissa.
you've done things to hurt other people. That was just a circumstance. So
Yes.
you're right, you're right. Look at where we're at. We're now creating black spaces, Hispanic spaces, Asian
I need to
spaces,
get
but there are no
more
white
money.
spaces. You can
Just
have black power,
modernized
you can have Asian
segregation.
power, but you can't
Yes.
have white power because if you have white power, that's just bad. So
Hmm.
Yeah.
they can't tell you why. You just have to know that it's bad.
It's
So
just bad. It's a
mhm.
form of revenge, and I think it's a form of revenge. And then, like you said, they are the villains, but like you said, they're using pop
Revenge
culture.
against people who ain't done nothing wrong to them.
That's
And for
exactly right.
something
Well,
that never happened to them in the first place.
most of these
Yep.
people, yeah, that have done exactly. They've done nothing to harm them or hurt them. It's
Mhm.
their own um revenge against the norm. Again, I don't want to get into it, but I think it goes back to the election. Excuse me.
God
Of,
bless you.
thank you. Of 2016, when the activists did not win and get what they wanted, they decided, and that was the video I posted. Maybe I should post that link there because that's a good one from YouTube. They decided to turn their anger and revenge on normal people because they blame them for not getting what they wanted, which is selfish. Instead of sitting back saying, well, we may not agree with these election results, but we accept them because that's what the people voted. They have decided we're going to take revenge and hatred out on people we deem to be the bad guys. We're going to make them suffer like we're suffering right now, even though it's their own selves. You know, it's bringing it upon their own selves, and that's why we're getting all of this garbage. And then I was going to say, even it's attack on the family. You notice family in films, they don't want you to value family.
Yep.
Um,
I don't.
one of the I don't want to get off track. One of the controversies of Black Widow
Mhm.
was the fact that we were not a controversy, but it was something that was taken out of the picture, out of the movie. It was supposed to be in a scene credit of when Widow returns back from Russia, doing whatever she has to do. She
Yeah.
gets a jet, but the jet out of the jet comes Tony Stark, and
Mhm.
Tony comes, and then she goes to Tony and she mentions that the Avengers are her family now, and she wants to protect and work with them.
Mhm.
Well, the little woke tards over there at the MCAU and Kevin Feige felt, that's too much. That's too much positivity towards a man. We can't have a man do anything for us, so they cut the scene out. But I thought that would have been a great message about family because the way the Avengers, and this is something I even noticed with Endgame, the Avengers, those characters all became sort of a family.
Mhm.
They were
Yep.
all different, from where they came, wherever they came from, but they became this family. Maybe they didn't have families or whatever, but they did. But it's like you took that away, and that should have been a message that should have been established that they're not all blood related, but they see themselves as becoming a family and fighting
Yep.
together as a family. They don't have to say it throughout the film, but you get the message. But I notice, excuse me, that's even being torn away now. Family means nothing. No family. Women got to do it all. Do it for yourself. Do it for
Yeah. Yeah.
yourself. The families don't trust. So it's
Yeah. Don't trust your
Yep.
family. Trust the collective, if you will.
Yeah.
yes. Those
Yeah.
are
No, I
family.
Yep.
agree.
Don't
I agree.
Yep.
don't judge your husband or
And
your kids.
and to answer Eloise Doyle, yep, that's the one.
I don't know what that
uh,
means.
It's the one of the guy where the guys on the subway going, police, police, help, police.
why was
That
that
one.
trending? Was it how he was sounding
I
or
think it was just the way he was going off on it.
yeah, that's what it sounded like. Because I'm like, what's scaring him? Was he getting mugged or something? I didn't see anybody. Like
I know
this is
Appa plays it all the time whenever someone is like doing something really like pedo-ish or something or creepy and whatever, and it's like we go police help.
Right.
I thought you were
I
talking
even
about. I thought you were talking about
go,
that cool kid scene.
oh yeah,
Somebody help!
I even go a step further in the chat where I say, "This is the police. We've got the police surrounded. See, you goofs, come up with your hands up."
All right. So I sent it to you guys. It should be coming over your MeWe at one point. You can peruse
Okay.
it at your pleasure. But this is what I'm trying to get at. So when you guys see that, it's to me it was a little shocking to take in because of where we're at now in 2021. But this is literally what they consider normal. To me, that's not normal because what you're doing
No, I
is
don't see it normal at all.
you're conflating what it is to be a man, what it
it's
is
the
to be a
one
woman.
thing that thrill seekers tend to seek so much,
Yeah.
a
Oh
thrill.
yeah.
So whatever's no longer not trending anymore, they move to the next thrill.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why
Oh
that's why I
yeah.
say that's why I keep saying for a simple reason I still don't believe it exists, but I always say non-binary doesn't exist because soon sooner or later, and I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure best guess will be at the end of this year they'll invent a new way that's supposed to be gender fluid, a new word that's supposed to be gender fluid. I'm like, you never stopped at gender fluid, and you sure as hell didn't stop at androgyny back then. So you have to go through non-binary. So now you're gonna what now? Slime?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
want to take the word slime now,
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
or
It's
inambiguous,
what's all.
gender
It'll be a
inambiguous?
they'll identify as an amoeba or something.
Yeah. A nucleus or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's
Maybe
and
they
it's
identify as Las Plagas from Resident Evil or something.
That's a virus, dude, or a parasite.
Well, what? Well,
hey,
it's,
they might see
they may as
fine
well
as
be
what.
parasites the way they just leech onto stuff
Well,
and just.
we do compare them to cancer, but still, like if they even go that far to identify as a cell, then as a cell, your mama should have aborted you.
Oh, that's harsh, and I love it.
Well, the
Hey,
fact.
hey, I'm a black man. That means I'm abstaining from responsibility, right? So I
Yes.
can blame it on the werewolf.
You
We'll take it
could.
from there. I mean, I
Hmm.
see it now. I see 14, 15, 16-year-olds say it in school. I see them. Well, I identify as non-binary. They have pink, green, purple, half bald-headed look. I identify as non-binary. The half bald. They say,
Oh, good
I don't.
grief!
My sexuality is not defined. I'm defined by whatever.
Good Lord, Trooper. He's hearing me in that video with the pregnant dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting at. Is any of that if is any of that natural to you as
No,
just a working
absolutely
class?
not.
Yeah,
No,
as a
it's
working
not.
class, American,
The wife says
normal
I'm
day
white,
to
not
day, nine
black.
to five, clock in, clock out. Pay your bills, go home, take care of your car. Exactly. None of that is normal. None of that is normal. Imagine that child having to be raised in that household. It's pretty
Oh,
It's
I
going to
feel
disturbing.
for that
traumatize
child.
that child for life.
Yeah, it's
It
pretty
is.
disturbing. It really is.
To
So,
Eloise Dawdle's comment there about the guys who are identified is most of the guys that are doing this that are identified as children. Yeah, good luck marrying that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
You mean tell me you're gonna raise two babies? You're gonna raise Chris Chan?
Yeah.
Right.
Cause that's basically what they are. They're Chris Chans. Cause that's what Chris Chan originally was before he went ahead and went trans, if you will.
Mm,
I
yeah.
tell my nephew, he's 23 now, when he dating, I say, boy, the first thing you do is find out birth certificate. What were they born as?
Right.
Make sure it is 100%. I told him, I don't care. And I told him, I said, I don't care what they think. I don't play that. I don't play that transgender junk. And I told him, boy, whatever you do, if you're dating a wonderful, first thing find out what is they born as and double check before whoever you dating these days. I told him, because you don't want to get a surprise.
May I also add, tell
Mhm.
him not to go
Yes.
to Thailand.
Hmm.
What's in Thailand?
Lady boys.
You know what, lady
I know
boys.
What
yeah.
was it? Tiger uppercuts?
No,
No, it's a
that's
running
elite.
gag that the lady boys are more attractive than the actual ladies in Thailand, which that tends to be
I
true.
believe it. I believe it.
Okay.
Well, they
I speak from
with the price
experience.
with the
Of course, I
prices
did not
of
go down
plastic
this path.
surgery in
So,
Thailand, they go all out. Which I wish these trains would go out there and receive that kind of treatment since they want to make an honest
Just
person out
chop
of
it
yourself.
off. Like chop it
Like
off. You say?
finally, yeah, finally make an honest person out of yourself because these Thai girls look way more convincing than you trans boys and girls.
I was gonna say
Yes.
the ones in America look like they'd be serial killers or something.
Yeah.
Look, if it's not Blair White, I'm not liking.
Same here.
Mm-mm.
Shut up. I said,
I
I
ain't
still
saying nothing. I ain't
look.
saying
I
nothing.
still look. I see you silently judging me. I stand by what I said last time about Blair White.
What? You can't stand the male gaze on you?
No,
Oh,
That glower
this is turning
of
into a fun
that
stream
just ain't
now.
right.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
shoot, we're in the
Like, there's something wrong with you. So
2 hour mark, right? So fun talk should be happening pretty soon.
Mhm.
yeah,
The
whatever.
only thing I
But
would
we still
say,
got more to cover in the
Like, I'm sure
subject.
you guys have articles. I mean, I don't want to hog up the entire stream, but that's how I wanted to wrap it up. Like, I wanted to start off with an article in 2017 talking about the pitfalls of toxic parenting, and then literally round it up
It
with
was
another,
mostly your freaking stream, dude. You had
and then
more to
finish it out
give
with a
than I ever
2017
did.
article. Like, I would definitely recommend if you can find it, the Camille Paglia article. It's Transgender and Civilization
I'm looking at it.
Online.
I'm already looking at
Yeah,
it.
for
Yeah, I
anyone
think
who's in the chat, it was posted in 2017 from the American Conservative. It's
I'll
a
I'll
really
I'll
good
post it for
article.
there
there
for
was a
their viewing
YouTube
pleasure.
video about this, wasn't there?
Well, yeah, that was around the time that she was actually doing her tours. I know that she had done some touring. She also did a book. You don't hear from her a lot, but she's still teaching.
She
She's still
old
one of the
school.
more traditional
Yeah.
humanities professors. I mean, if you would think now in 2021 that she would be on the political right, which she's not. She's always been very liberal, but what we consider very liberal now definitely does not look like traditional liberal arts, if you will.
No, it
Liberal
doesn't.
arts was always about discovery. It was always about pushing the intellectual mind, in a way that always challenged convention. Not to subvert convention, but to broaden
Challenge.
what it meant.
Challenge.
They
Yeah,
never these
right,
is never
right,
challenged
right.
whatsoever.
No, they just bend everything to their will.
yeah. What art
We're gonna
is, what
restructure and
what
refocus what it means
yeah,
to be a woman.
yeah. We're gonna
Basically, like
retool
someone who
what it means
moves into
to be.
your house and demands to change the curtains and everything.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah, that's basically what. Yeah, that's a good
It's a nice
example.
analogy.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, Brian.
I know. I showed Wolf an old conversation between Jordan Peterson and
Yeah,
Camille Paglia,
I
and
remember
it's
that one.
fun. It's fun to watch just the dialogue of a psychology professor talking to a humanities professor, and them literally almost sounding like they're conservative, and they're not. They're really
No, they're
not.
not.
They really
They don't
aren't.
need to be.
I mean, that was the whole point of going off to college, is you went off to get the college experience of intellectual thought, and then bringing that
Mm.
into the real world, if you will, and applying what you can from it. Now you're literally going to college to be indoctrinated.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you're
So
right.
it's
Exactly.
completely different now. Like the Berkeley protests of the 60s
Oh
are
goodness.
are very different from the protests that you got over in Evergreen College, where
Hmm.
now we've moved away from free speech to no hate speech on the campus, which is
Free
literally
speech is
saying,
hate speech to them.
yeah,
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 You
it's
yeah,
literally
Trigglypuff.
what
Keep
it is.
your hate speech off this campus. Keep your hate speech off this
Yeah,
campus.
yeah,
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 yeah.
and that's literally what it is. It's you can't have that dialogue of intellectual thought. And the thing was, even in the early '90s,
Have to
the
restart it.
professors that more or less, and I've
Have to
said this
restart it.
before, that were identifying on the political right, if you will, or Christian professors, they were already leaving these institutions because that's where these institutions were already moving towards. So, and I gotta imagine it has to feel almost defeatist to stay in an institution that's just moving in one direction, and no matter what you say, or no matter how many papers you turn in, or how much light you try to shine on something, no one's paying attention. So I mean, in 2021, suddenly everyone's like, "How did we get here?" And it's like, well, we got here because we were too busy raising our families. And that's really what it is. I mean, that and being
Aristotle
plugged
made a
into
good
pop
point
culture,
here.
while pop culture is,
I'll pull it
indoctrinating
up
you
pretty
of
soon, but
having.
hang on.
So
Oh, yeah, I agree, Trooper.
Yeah. But yeah, if
I
you guys have anything else, I'm game. I'm game. I mean, that was my whole prep for today because I know that today was going to be a big thing, and I was like, all right, well, let me make sure I have the right articles for what I want to tackle. So
the only thing I would add to it, and this has already been brought up, is how the father, his fathers have been portrayed in the media as well. Homer Simpson is a total idiot and a total
yeah.
buffoon.
Yeah.
Marge knows everything. Homer doesn't know anything. He's and um um Peter Griffith. All those are complete idiots. And I also hate how the kids are telling the parents what to do.
Yeah.
That adults acting, expecting these kids to act and think like adults. They're children. They're not there yet. So you can't expect them to act and think. And then you have these shows where these 6-year-olds are going off on their parents.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Their
The
minds
kids
aren't
are
fully developed. Yeah.
Yeah. Now kids are going to be kids. They're going to say things that kids say, but it's your job as the parent to guide them back on the right track.
Or repeat what they saw on TV.
Who's the adult in here?
So
Who's the adult in here?
Wait, what?
You? Yeah, that's right. And where are you? A child. Now shut the fuck up, go to your room, and think about what you just said to me.
mm-mm.
And when you come back here, if you get another attitude, there's the belt. You ready for that one too?
Mhm.
Are you ready for a belt?
Get the belt.
The parents have to stop being friends.
I don't
and be
know. I mean,
parents.
I got away with I got away with a whole lot. I mean, I wasn't necessarily 100% one of those timeout kids. I mean, I did get a lot of timeouts, as in, do it again, you're getting a timeout. Like,
Go a timeout, Bobby.
it doesn't mean
Bobby, go a
anything.
timeout. You got
I
some
mean, I
emotional
caught on
things
real
that you need to
quick,
sort
but
out. You hoe, you bitch, you hoe. Put mixes on it. Bitch, hoe.
Yeah.
Everybody say ho, ho. My mom, I tell my mom, fuck you, mom, you hoe, you pain. Take some time out, pick up your teeth. Pain, take time out, pick up your wisdoms. Pop, take some time to get my foot up out your ass.
Yeah, they'll need the jaws of life to get that foot out of the ass too.
yeah.
And I also want to bring up, if you look at media with single parents, I think about, and this has been brought up, you don't want to be Mama Payne and Martin.
Oh no, you want to be Mama Payne and Martin. Damn.
But she turned Martin into a mama's boy. It's like
My mama's cookies.
Well, you're not eating your mom's cookies today.
Oh no.
Yep.
I don't understand why you trying to marry that heifer. Her water head.
He does that better than I ever could.
Yeah, but she taught Martin bad habits. He was
Yeah,
it's tough. I mean, it's funny. Don't get me wrong, it's funny, but it made
it was a play on single mamas in the black community, definitely.
Yeah,
I got it, because I definitely knew some mama's boys. So I definitely got it. And mama's boys is, you don't want that.
No,
You don't want that, because
way.
those are still, because it made Martin very immature. And so that's why Gina had a tough time breaking that, because it's like, Martin, you're a grown man now. You don't run every time your mama say run. Now you a grown man. Every time you said something about his mama, he would get all defensive. It was like, Martin, your mama is you
Sentence there.
And I also thought about, well, there's one episode of The Simpsons that was very interesting from back in the 90s in the day. And I think the episode, I just happened to catch it the other day. The episode was called Lisa's Substitute. And Lisa had her other teacher was, I think
Oh my lord.
yeah. Right.
Oh my, homie. You need to talk to your daughter right now. Did you hear her, Marge? She called me a baboon. The most disgusting, dirty, stinking animal on the planet.
You guys remember that episode? Oh, you guys got it.
Baboon.
Yeah. That was one of their fun. That's when The Simpsons were funny. That was a funny episode.
That's when she had her breakdowns. You listen.
Like,
Yeah.
When Lisa had,
yeah,
that's back when Lisa had legit breakdowns.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, yep, there was a legit breakdown from her. That did, even though Homer's comment on the stupidest, stickiest monkey of all. She called me the
So true.
But
You
I
know,
felt,
that's where Homer has some modicum of intelligence back then.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
To the point
because I,
where before nowadays he's just a dumbass.
Yeah.
that's right, Wolf.
They
And that's why
flanderized that portion of his character.
Hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian.
All right.
and that's why I like that episode, because I like the way it ended, and I thought, oh my God, they actually gave Homer a sense of humanity, because he goes in there to talk to, like you said, when she had the breakdown, I really felt for her, because Mr. Burstrom, in a way, was the daddy figure to Lisa that Homer wasn't. Homer was a complete idiot, but Mr. Burstrom got her. He went away.
Sometimes
She's upset.
ineffectual. Sometimes ineffectual.
Yeah, ineffectual. He was going away, probably the best teacher she ever had that got her. And Homer's sitting there and make jokes about it. And she just put all her emotion out there when she called him when she broke down
You
and ran
know
to the room.
what's
And then
weird
Homer,
about that episode? I interpreted it a whole lot different.
what did you get from it? Do you want me to finish and then I'll let you give your interpretation and then
Keep going.
okay.
'Cause
What I liked was the ending when Marge, did her rant and told him there's a little girl that, and throughout the episode, Marge keeps saying that, Lisa, you got to tell me that you love your father, or your father is good too. And Lisa's like, no, it's not like that, or no, it's different, or yeah, whatever, Mom. And so Marge tells Homer, I forgot Marge's exact line, but something on the line that she needs to have faith in her dad, and he goes to the room to try to reach out to her, but he reaches out to her. It's awkward at first, but then it starts to get sincere, and then he starts to be honest about it, and then he puts the humor back in. I can't remember exact dialogue, but it was something about you don't mean that. I can't remember everything that was said, but all I know is that for that second, Homer was made human. And then they're laughing and giggling at the end. He makes a joke about being the monkey and so forth. And I said, now he's being a dad. Now he's being a father. Now he's being what Lisa needs.
Or that time
Exactly.
where he had the horse and she had to give it up, and there was that one moment where he mounts her on his shoulders, and he does the neigh and he runs along with her.
Right. So
see, I'm like, can we go back to that Homer?
I'd love to go back to that Homer.
Yeah, that's the Homer I miss.
Seriously, I wish Simpsons would have ended when they killed him off, or at least when they pseudo killed him off, quote unquote.
Oh yeah.
Homer's Enemy was the episode that did it, I believe.
It was the one where he watched the home movies, and he sat in that chair, and he drops the remote or a drink or something like that.
I think it's just the one where he thought he was dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thought he was dying. Yeah. And he's listening to a cassette or something, and he drops
He's watching VCR, their home movies, like every memory that he ever had, basically recorded into the to each of those cassettes, and like once the movie was done, he, you see him just slump over. I was like, I did that. I literally went, and I was hoping that was real. Part of me was hoping that was real. Like what are they gonna do now? Homer's dead. What's Marge gonna do? What's Bart gonna do? Is the kids gonna grow up finally? Is Maggie gonna finally? Like are we really about to move forward now, instead of just doing these future tense episodes where the kids are now teenagers or adults or whatever, and you see the adults as old, right? You see Mo having an eye patch for some reason, or a hook arm or a hook for a hand for some reason, or Barney has went bald, or stuff like that. I was getting sick and tired of those type of episodes. Like we're finally gonna see the kids finally actually growing up and now leaving Springfield Elementary and going to Springfield Middle School, something like that. You know what I'm saying? And then cut to black. Next day, I'm like, oh y'all not brave enough to do that. Y'all are not brave enough to do that at all, to kill off Homer. You are not brave enough to do that. okay, I'm done with this show. I'm done. I'm not doing this no more. No more. Like if they're gonna do that kind of fake out, you kill Maud, right?
Yes.
You went ahead and killed Maud. You went ahead and killed Dr. Nick in a movie,
Yeah.
which was really bizarre. How they went about that. And of course Krabappel had to disappear because the original voice actress, passed away.
Mhm.
But God forbid you get rid of Homer and he gets to continually get voiced by different actors. Because
Well,
because the Simpsons is nothing without like Homer Simpson don't make the Simpsons. The
Nope.
Simpsons make the Simpsons. Now even then, the Simpsons is not just focused on just the Simpsons. It's also focused on several other characters, several side characters. The Simpsons don't necessarily make the show entirely. They have invested into a whole community of characters within Springfield for them to really think like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There was,
oh,
there
I
was
agree.
there was an
Neil's,
episode where Krusty the Clown got framed by
mm-hmm,
Sideshow Bob.
mm-hmm.
That's another one of my favorites too, Brian. I like that one.
Yeah.
Neil
Where he
Star, they
got
didn't kill
framed.
they didn't kill Edna. They just got rid of her. They just put her on a bus because they couldn't really do anything with her. It was really stupid that they tried to pair her up with Ned Flanders of all people. That was
Yeah, that
dumb.
was that was dumb. She was doing fine with Principal Skinner, but they screwed him up. Principal Skinner afraid don't want to get married. He's stuck with his mother, so that was screwed up.
Eloise, why are you wasting your time with Invincible? It's a it's a good series, but like really, Invincible. She's trying to make the most of the Amazon free. You need to be watching Tomorrow War. That's what you need to be watching.
Yeah, check out Tomorrow War. Check that out. That's much more entertaining
By
Oh,
the
did
than
you
most
way,
of
watch
the other
it,
thing.
Leia? Did you
Hmm,
I was
watching
about to
it?
ask her.
I did, and it's
Right? Wasn't it great? Oh my god.
yes, yes. I
Yeah,
was
it was
like,
like a movie. It wasn't like trying to preach how to
oh,
actually squat on the toilet. Like it was great. Fantastic. I loved it.
I
Maybe
enjoyed
that
it
happened because I haven't watched it. I
so
I,
much.
You
I
gotta
stopped
watch
watching it
it,
after that
bro. You gotta watch
episode.
it.
You
I thought
do.
you did. I thought you
No, no,
did.
no, no. I'm talking to Neil Star right here. He says,
Oh,
"Oh, I could have sworn they had her in. I already watched it, dude." No, what I'm saying was, he said I could have sworn they had her in heaven with Maud Flanders. I was like, yeah, if that happened, I didn't see it because after
I
that,
haven't watched
Homer.
The Simpsons in a long time. About
Look,
the two
I
thousands,
stopped
I was out of
after.
it.
like what do
Look,
you mean, Eloise?
What else do you guys recommend? How about Spider-Man
Emma's.
the animated series? If you've got Amazon.
Yeah, I got a whole list. So
I have quite
Mhm.
a few too,
if you
but
got Prime, you can do American Werewolf in London. If you really want to watch a really nice, cool period piece with a really nice
Listen from a
soundtrack,
werewolf. Watch it. It's good.
it's a
yeah,
classic. Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that one is
yeah.
definitely a good one to analyze. It's a good example of 80s filmmaking and the problems they were having in the in the 80s with the second act. So
Yep.
like the pacing in the second act is really extended and not so much on the third act or the first act. Like
I'm
it
gonna give her
moves.
some more recommendations.
So so I
I'll
would
get back with
say
you.
yeah, I would say that one definitely.
Well, she's
Any
on
day
MeWe,
that.
so we can chat with her.
Oh
You
yeah.
get
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
you guys can
always
give me
on
the
MeWe.
recommendation.
All right.
Yeah, she's on me.
Yeah,
She's
she's
in the
on me.
group.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll list it on like you guys give me the recommendations. I'll give her, or at least I will give her the list because
Yeah,
I
I'll
know.
come up. I'll come up with a few, whether it's like streaming and then to look into as a used DVD, like
Remember, remember
$5.
Eloise. Remember, you are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf
Oh,
Fleet. The
listen
Wolf
to
Fleet
this
got
one.
your back.
Trying to market
Yeah.
it. Trying to
Yeah, she's
market. Trying to market
Brian.
it.
Are you in the
Brian.
group? Are you on MeWe now?
I
I
am
thought I
now.
saw.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. Welcome. I was going to send you a message. Say welcome. I'll get back with you with that.
Yeah.
Well, Tomorrow World, Biscuit Tomorrow World. Yes, I definitely. Trooper's right about that. I enjoyed that so
Not Tomorrow
much.
World, Tomorrow War. We
Tomorrow
do have
War.
Tomorrow World, and
Sorry, I got the.
it sucked. It's
Yeah.
not it's not it's
Well,
not
you know
Brett
what?
Ratner's
Now that we're
best
talking
live
about
action
Tomorrow
take.
War, now that we're talking about Tomorrow War, did you guys
Father.
notice how they tried to pin Black Widow as oh yeah, it has to be Tomorrow War, and then once the numbers started rolling in, suddenly it's like oh Black Widow is set to take Space Jam over. I'm like
Mm,
Space
okay.
Jam is
Yeah,
animated.
just
Which is another movie about a father
Those
trying to
movies
get his
usually
son
don't
back.
make more than 200 million. Like Tom and Jerry did what? I think they did.
Tom and Jerry
like,
did okay, but not the numbers they thought they were going to get with Tom.
yeah,
and
I
Jerry
think they
looked
got like what
boring.
100 million. I
It
think
was Tom and Jerry. I didn't watch it because it just looked bad, but I heard from the reviews it wasn't good at all.
Rather watch Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Well, I like
Oh,
classic
yeah.
stuff, or
I like old Tom and Jerry.
animated storytelling. I would like for them to
How about
stick
80s
to
Voltron for
animated storytelling.
Eloise there?
I
Wait,
actually
what?
finally got around to watching An American Tail. I forgot what platform I watched it on. I think I rented it, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I was
Brian,
I was on
go
that
ahead, Trigger.
nostalgia kick. So
Brian, did you say Age of Ultron?
No, I said 80s Voltron. You know, the
Oh,
anime.
80s Voltron. I'm sorry.
yeah, you can
Yes.
find that at any DVD or Blu-ray store.
Yes.
So she's asking what period piece werewolf show called again?
The movie, is she talking about American Wolf in London?
Yep.
American Werewolf in London. It's not a show; it's a movie. It is a period piece for its time, where it's set in, or at least where it's where it was made in. Definitely of its time, but definitely check that one out. That and
It's of its time, but it still holds up.
Oh
Honest to
yeah,
God,
it does.
they'll
Oh my gosh, it does.
hold.
Yeah, it
those-
does.
it really does.
Those
If you really
special
want to
effects.
get into to more werewolf content, I definitely can give you some more werewolf content like Dog Soldiers.
Nia
The first Howling, Bad
Yes.
Moon.
Yes, seen those.
If you like if you like dogs or at least dog centric movies, Bad Moon is definitely one. A
I
good
was gonna say, if
werewolf
you
movie.
want a baked turkey, do Werewolf of Washington.
Yeah.
And if you really want a tongue in cheek meal, definitely Curse, which it was I think one of Wes Craven's last movies that he made before he passed.
Yeah. That one was okay. I'm trying to think of some others myself.
I think he
go
tried
ahead.
to make it to be something serious, but over time it became a bit more satire in a way.
Yeah.
Over time, because we got Jesse Eisenberg and Christina Ricci, and we also have a Pierre Petrelli, or Pierre Petrelli in there who's talk about the gay scare at the time.
Oh, yeah.
full force in this movie. So if you,
I think he was trying to mimic the American Wolf in London, because American Wolf in London was able to mix a little humor with the horror, and it worked. And I think he was trying to either mimic that or honor that or bring it back one or something, and it just didn't work out. I
honor
think
it by having a werewolf flip you off at the screen.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
hey, that's what I don't know. That was his own thinking.
Because that right there, which gave me that charm right there. I was like, oh my goodness, she flipped them off in werewolf form. Wow.
So maybe that's what he was thinking.
All because the female protagonist got catty to the cops.
Or you could watch the Mummy with Brendan Fraser. You don't necessarily have to watch the second one.
Nope.
You can watch the second one and still enjoy it. Some of the effects don't really hold up as well.
The third act of the second, yeah, I agree with you, too. But the third, I felt the Mummy 2 went too long. It was way too long. The third act destroyed it, and it took me a while to figure out who's the villain in that film. Is it the Scorpion King or was it the Mummy? Like,
both.
What side are they on? So that's another problem I had. You got two villains. So I'm like, whose side is who's playing who? So it took a while for me to figure that out, but I did continue.
Hang on.
By the way, Eloise, I sent you. I want to say, Eloise, I sent you a request on MeWe contact request.
So there's a pseudo sequel to American Werewolf in London called American Werewolf in Paris.
Avoid it with our.
Hey, that one's also tongue in cheek. It wasn't good. It's 90s, so expect a lot of tongue in cheek. But yeah, you're funny. If you're just there to have fun with it, go ahead with that mindset. But if you're looking for like the same style as London, you're not gonna find it there. But it's worth a watch, and of course that good old '90s music, that good old grunge punk '90s music that we all loved back in the days.
Dun 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 dun.
You're funny.
Breakfast time is the word.
You've been silent and she right in your mouth, mouth.
I'm trying to think of some others. I can't think of anything off the top right now. You guys have named mostly the classic werewolf pictures. Um
Bad Moon, like I said, is a really good
yes, I
werewolf
agree.
movie.
Yeah, I agree with you about Bat Moon. I agree with you about that one.
And it's
That one.
on I think it's on YouTube for free. Last time I checked, I'll probably have to search it and link it to you guys. Because Bat Moon is one of my favorites. Shut up, Trooper.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
I heard you
Trooper, what I loved
sighing.
about
That was me.
Right.
Oh damn.
Trooper, what I liked about because if I'm gonna go into the vampire pictures like the Lost Boys,
Yeah.
it's the '80s, but I don't care. Lost Boys, I will take the Lost Boys over Twilight any day.
Yeah.
I can go where you want to go. That's classic. That's a teen vampire movie. That's what teen vampires should be. Not that Twilight crap. Good Lord.
Oh yeah, Twilight was cringe.
Oh goodness. I think Twilight.
Okay. Correction. It's no longer free on YouTube.
Oh,
I
I think
think they have
Twilight
it in
said vampires
snippets, though.
back. Vampires got to get their dignity back. Twilight took their dignity away from them with that
I
piece of
see bad moon rising.
crap.
I see trouble all the way.
Knew you. I was wondering when you were going to get into that song. I'm Trooper.
Hey,
Tomorrow
the movie is
War.
named Bad Moon.
But I thought at some point when we met Werewolf in London, because it's played in American Wolf in London, I thought you were going to jump in there and say that because it's actually it's played at first, and then
Brian, get
Blue
on that.
Moon.
What's that?
Look,
Eloise didn't get your request.
Oh yeah, she can get it. Oh man. Sure.
Trooper, Tomorrow War. First of all, Chris Pratt is fantastic in it. His charisma is but what you were saying about Black Widow in Tomorrow War. I think they said it thought it did better than Tomorrow, but Tomorrow War, I think they said at the time was like the #1 streamed movie
Yeah.
for that week. Download, stream, whatever.
You literally have to be able to know how to read these articles because a lot of this stuff is entertainment spin. So when we talk about streaming platforms, now that we're in the fun portion, when we talk about streaming platforms, what they're competing for is they're competing for the share of home viewing, meaning that a typical family can have maybe one and up to maybe 3 streaming services. So the goal is to be one of those 2 or 3 streaming services. You get a little weird when we talk about maybe Disney, Hulu, and ESPN because they're trying to game that by, hey, if you sign up with us now for $12.99, we give you Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN. So it's under the guise of, oh, you get all this content for $12 when it's literally the same company, just trying to make sure that they're taking most of that viewing share. You also have other platforms like Netflix, but Netflix was one of the firsts in terms of streaming access, and actually that came a very long way from what it used to look like in the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then you have other platforms that most people don't know about or just have not checked out. And with NBC, their service is Peacock. Only thing I don't like about Peacock is that you actually do have to put in some personal information before you can create a free account. Once you get into Peacock, there's an offering of if you want to do premium, meaning some shows that they offer are not available to view for free. But you can create a Peacock account and you can watch Battlestar Galactica, the remake from Sci-Fi. That is actually for free. And then you have one more. There's a few others, but the other one I highly recommend is Pluto TV, and that's actually tied into CBS. And CBS All Access became Paramount Plus. Now, Paramount's model is if you happen to be on Pluto TV, now you can just watch for free. You don't have to create an account. You can just go by the terms of service, meaning you're not going to, download any content or try to stream any content on some other platform, under your tag, if you will. Uh, and you just watch whatever you want that they offer. So I mean, there's 24/7 Next Generation. There's a Baywatch channel that's straight 24/7. So you can watch Baywatch all you like. But what I'm getting at is they're competing to be part of that viewing share. So uh, more or less what Amazon did, and because they can, because their platform is so massive and it's probably the most competitive out of all the other streaming services, is they bought Tomorrow War. Tomorrow War actually had a long road to get actually shown on the screen, and by screen I mean the monitor screen, if you will. It started with Paramount. The script was there, and then 2019, and we got into this fake pandemic, if you will. Uh, but the movie was made, and then it sat there. Amazon more or less did the smart thing. They purchased this film for $200 million. And it's literally a $200 million advertisement for Amazon Prime. If you go on to Amazon and if you wanted to watch Tomorrow War, more than likely you got that 30-day free trial to use Amazon and Amazon Prime services. So not only were they allowing you to watch a really great film with a really great story with hardly any critical race garbage in it. They also were giving you access to the free shipping, free discounted products, because of course, if you have a Prime account, they give you a discount on certain products. But then on top of that, most people, because of where we're at right now in terms of quote the pandemic, are already doing a lot of their shopping online because you couldn't necessarily find certain things over the counter. So you had to go to, say, maybe smiths.com or albertsons.com here on the West Coast, or amazon.com for that matter.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I mean, that film literally got streamed to 2.4 million households. Now you have to remember there's a big difference between ticket sales and households. You could have literally had a streaming party at your house, since you have your, free 30-day trial, and you could have had a viewing party of 8 people. So again, they're competing for that share of your wallet. They're not competing for that hard ticket when you go into the movie theater and you literally sit down and you just paid $14 to watch, Black Widow, if you will.
Mhm.
But yeah, like they started changing their tune. They were saying out of the gate, this film had already broken the $200 million barrier, which that was very disingenuous because what they did was they added their D plus numbers onto that. Now they never actually added their viewing numbers; they added a dollar figure. So more or less, some people who somehow are under the impression that this thing that has a 99% recovery rate, that was, oh, it's going to kill me. Let me stay inside the house. Some people, yeah, some people actually subscribe to D plus, and in order to watch this thing, you have to pay an extra $30. So there were people that went as far as paying the quote unquote premium access to watch it, and
Um,
it's very disingenuous because what, $30 you figure they're still losing money because the average movie ticket is going to be at least 12 to $14. So again, uh, and if you were to go onto the IMDb page, the reported numbers, globally at that point was 158 million. And the estimated gross that it was supposed to make out of the gate here in the US and Canada was supposed to be 225 million. It did not make that. It did not hit that number. It only hit 80 million. So 80 million there's a big difference between 80 million and 225 million. So my argument on MeWe was this film not only has to, and this is going to be their first feminist female film flop. So there's a lot
Mhm.
of F words in there, but But I said my argument was, okay, cool, that's fine. If it wants to be woke and wacko, perfectly. Okay, cool, whatever. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the numbers. It has to beat the Incredible Hulk with inflation. So with inflation, I think it's around 334 million. It has to hit that at the very least, whether it's U.S. sales or global sales. And then if we need to, comparatively to other films from Disney, Marvel, not Sony, but I was generous in saying, okay, well, okay, let's take Sony into account. Well, then it has to beat Ant-Man and the Wasp, and that thing brought in about 600 and some change, 600 million and some change. I'm going to say 634 million. I think it's around 665 to be honest. So it has to at least beat that because Ant-Man and Wasp, that was one of the last films that was featured on a screen for Marvel. And, if we want to bring in Captain Marvel into this, now, mind you, that was not, quote, the first woke film. That was their first film dipping, their toe into the water.
Mhm.
Domestically, it made over 400 million. So at the very least, even global sales or US and Canada sales, Black Widow needs to at least gross over 400 million, or rather, Captain Marvel's 400 million, because Captain Marvel went on to be quote unquote a $1 billion movie in global sales. Black Widow is not that. So they're trying to reframe this film as it being the bust out film of the year, pandemic, post pandemic or pandemic film. Like everything that you see now in the news is going to have that pandemic tag onto Black Widow. There is nowhere where you're going to see where they're going to compare it to other Marvel films. And my argument has always been, if you want to see the quality of where Marvel is going or how far Marvel has sank, you have to compare it to older films. Now, one can argue, oh well, that was different. That was that was COVID versus where we're at now. That doesn't make a difference in terms of revenue because if quote unquote Marvel has a diehard audience, these people are going to find some way or another to watch this film. All it tells me is that there's not enough enthusiasm for Black Widow. Now, this thing sat for about 2 years on the shelf. So if we want to make up money for those 2 years, it technically has to at least go over the 600 million benchmark. Here's the thing: Marvel films are not known for making under $600 million in terms of sales, just flat out sales. This thing over the weekend only got an extra $7 million in gross revenue. So this thing is like torpedoing downward fast, unless they can somehow gin up the numbers or buy up their own free seats or whatnot. The successful movies of this year have been Godzilla versus Kong, and
Place to
if we're talking just straight streaming, it's Tomorrow War.
that
Tomorrow
too.
War was the most successful in terms of streaming. Now, mind you, Amazon does not have a distribution model yet where it can go ahead and hit the screen. But I think what I think what Amazon wants to do is get away from that old model of putting it in the theater and being able to say it can be just as successful as being offered on a streaming only platform. And I agree that at one point they're going to get away from theaters because that's how they keep 100% of what they make. Like this particular film did not put a dent in Amazon's pocket. If anything, it actually brought in more revenue because again, Amazon in and of itself offers different services. It's just not a streaming platform.
Saturday.
It's a product platform, and then on top of that, you know, it's a reading platform in terms of the Amazon Kindle, if you will, or Audible. So I mean, there's several offerings. Like it's a marketplace, if you will. It's a marketplace where they want you to get anything and everything, so that you don't have to go anywhere else. So it's a very shrewd platform.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, my opinion on Tomorrow War was that, they worked with what they had. Mind you, this is why the critics hated it, because you have to have this, and you have to have that, and you have to have, people of color, and you can't exclude this. And it hit all those benchmarks, but it
And yet
actually
they're
wrote
still
a
mad
story.
because
It wrote a
it's a
story.
good
Yeah,
man and a good father.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah,
Chris Pratt being a positive, strong white man, and they don't
yeah,
like that.
Mm,
yeah. And at the very end of the day, it was
And as a
family that
woman
ended up
that
mm,
did
defeating
say, "I don't
humanity.
need your help," it
Yep.
from the way how I saw it, with the way how his daughter was reacting to him, she wants to protect her past so she can still could secure the future. Which is, if he dies at a certain point in time, then she doesn't exist, or there might not be a past to rescue to come home
Yep.
to.
Yep.
Right.
We don't really actually talk about the logistics of the time travel aspect of this movie, but I
Hmm.
suspect that some kids are not going to be born with the amount of people that they brought in that sure enough would have been parents in the future,
Hmm.
Right.
or at
right.
least I almost suspected that what was one of my suspicions was, he divorced and he abandoned them, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I
He
suspected,
says as much.
yeah. What I'm saying was, when she brought that up, I was like, maybe it's because he knew, that there was something that eventually that all life will be wiped out because of the red spikes, or that he did do this before and literally abandoned. But then I figured out, I was like, oh, it's because he didn't had the future people not showed up, he would have left them eventually,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
because
was thinking.
Yeah.
they rejected him, whoever he was trying to sign up with, science wise. They rejected him.
Yeah.
He lost all faith in himself, or at least all
Right.
faith in whatever it is that there was, and he couldn't handle it.
I think I'm gonna bow out now, guys. I'll see you later.
Oh,
Okay,
Okay,
sure,
man.
Brian. Thank you for coming. You have a good evening.
You too. See you.
See you.
That's
Yeah.
it.
what's your take on that, Trooper?
In terms of the film, I saw it as there was a like in terms of the actual story, in terms of the main time stream versus an alternate universe. Um, People want to find plot holes in the story writing, but for me,
I didn't.
I didn't
it
either. I couldn't
yeah,
find any, but go ahead. Shoot.
yeah, for me, if people talk about, everything is predestined, then the way he gains free will is by time trying to correct itself, in terms of this is a particular time stream where he actually goes ahead and makes a different decision. And so therefore humanity ends up being saved by the end of the film. Um, I personally love the alien design. I mean, I didn't really want to turn this into a review, but I really did like the
Well,
alien
you do it
design.
anyways.
And you can actually find stuff on YouTube regarding the creation of the white spikes, and,
Hmm.
and how that actually came across. Um, but going back to Black Widow, so the other terrible shill piece I came across was they wrote an article saying Scarlett Johansson is the first Marvel actor slash actress to be executive producer on a film. And I looked at that and I'm like, that's an outright lie. I'm like,
Hmm.
again, trying to compete with a film that's not competing outright with them. I mean, this film was going to torpedo or nosedive the moment it came out of the gate. There is no demand for Black Widow, which is
Not
sad.
anymore.
Well,
and
no,
that's
there
what they
wasn't
can't.
at
And that's
all.
what they can't accept. That's
Yeah,
what they
there
can't
wasn't
accept.
at all. Like, there would have been more demand
Mm-mm.
had they written a piece prior to her death. But okay,
Yeah,
let's say she dies anyway. Let's say she dies anyway. Just like I said before, then the big reveal needed to be that this character was trapped in the Soul Stone. That was it. That's all they really needed to do, and they could have told a really cool story. It could have been like Ghost in the Shell, if you will, as again, a metaphor,
Ironically.
as a metaphor, for the character being trapped in the Soul Stone. It could have been, going back to, Black Widow and Hawkeye's interaction.
that's what I think the film should have been. It should, this film.
Yeah, it could have been anything. It could have been anything
Yeah,
but what they actually delivered. What they actually delivered was a film, again, put together by a group of people, that was signed off on by another group of people, that more or less was directed and then choreographed by a group of people. At one point, At no one point was there a singular voice to say, this is where we're going, this is where we're headed. And, in a cinematic form, we have to go ahead and we have to deliver a particular direction that allows for us to revisit this character if we need to. So just because a character is dead doesn't mean she's dead. And that's something that I pretty much came away with from Star Trek, because Kirk always finds a way to cheat death. That just It has always been that way, even in the extended, in the EU. You know, just because what we see in Generations leads you to believe that that's the end of the road for James T. Kirk, not necessarily. So, but yeah, no, in terms of that, going back to that article, it's like Chris Pratt was a producer on a 2012 film called On the
Yeah,
Map,
we
and
made her a
and
producer
Tomorrow
now.
War released before Black Widow. So again, Chris Pratt being executive producer on a film that is successful, but they don't like that narrative. That's not a
Right.
narrative that quote makes the Black Widow film successful. If anything, it makes it look like a flop, which it is a flop. And the thing is, they are desperate enough to try to save face because, again,
Hmm.
Marvel never has a cinematic failure. Unfortunately, this is a cinematic failure just because of what they did to this character and how they presented this film. This film is not for men. This film is not for a fan. This film is not for you. And then they turn around, oh, you want to go see this film? Oh, it's going to tell you more about the character that you did not know. And then Scarlett Johansson turns around, and then in an article on July 9th, why Scarlett Johansson needs more money, why women are underpaid and underserved and underrepresented. Again, there was no marketing strategy under this film. And then, of course, you have the Rotten Tomatoes interview that everybody references, and I'll reference it here with Kevin Feige, where the man literally is smelling his own farts for a good half hour. You
Yes.
had a part one and you had a part two. And just like Leia showed me, even Ripa used it as his own personal analysis in his video. But I had looked at it like literally 2 hours after it came out, and I turned it off. I'm like, this guy is literally high on his own farts. He he doesn't know what he's talking about. He only knows this from a marketing standpoint, which leads me to believe that there were other people who actually put this together for him. He just literally signed off on everything because that's what an executive producer does, unless they're a hands on executive producer or the actor on the set. So, like I said before, even Tom Hiddleston was an executive producer in his project. So it's not like he didn't know that, Loki was going to be a trash fire. He had already gotten paid. You know, if he wants to go ahead and leave his character as, a big old dumpster fire, that's his own personal decision. However, does that look good or bad? It looks bad to a lot of the hardcore audience that they pretty much used to lay the foundation for this massive franchise, which they've already, in so many words, have already laid out that they no longer need that audience. Now they can pretty much do whatever they want. They can crank out high expectation, low budget films, and you can say, well, at least I got a Marvel film. That is a big
Hmm.
takeaway. Is they no longer want you to see it as you know more than just what it is, which is fast food entertainment. So yeah, James Cameron and people like Scorsese, can go out the window. The Russos can go out the window. Big names can go out the window because we're going to deliver a diversity hire or a first time director from making their transition from television to big budget screen, and it can be sloppy and gross, but hey, we support new directors. That's another way of saying we're willing to pay bottom dollar for trash directors, and you'll still buy it because at the end of the day, we know that you're dumb enough to pay for the $14 that it takes you to go into that theater seat. And if you come away from that theater seat feeling like you were screwed in your sphincter with no Vaseline, that's because you were. But and I mean, I hate to
No.
get as graphic as that, but that's literally the state of Marvel. And we've watched these videos privately. The four of us now, the five with Brian in our group. But when we analyze this stuff before we actually go live on these platforms, it's pretty disconcerting to know that pop culture is taking such a downward turn. And the only way to counter it is with more pop culture. But again, the big hill tends to be money. There has to be money behind it, or you don't
We
get
have
cuts
to
made,
have money.
which means you have to grow a fan base. So, I mean, that's how they did it.
Oh
It-
yeah.
so,
Well, going back and I hope I'm not piggybacking what you said as far as Black Women is concerned. I do agree with you. There was no demand for this film. That
yeah,
demand didn't come from true-hearted Marvel fans.
yeah,
That demand came from the activists, the insecure activists
yeah,
sitting at
inside Hollywood.
home, yeah, inside Hollywood that went to Kevin Feige and demanded, you want to be accepted by us, you need to do a Black women movie and make us happy. You know, don't do it for the fans because they're all istophobes and sexist, red hat wearing istophobes and sexist, and they need to be taught. But you need to please us. So
Right.
that's the reason why he made. Like now, if he really wanted to make this movie should have came out in phases, either phase 1 or phase 2, or after Infinity War or after Civil War. It's one of the two films that, or no, I'm sorry, after Civil War or after The Winter Soldier.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
yeah.
That's
No,
what I
I know
said.
what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
That's where this film would have fallen in, because I mean, Black Widow is a cool character. I have nothing against her, but she's not high on my list of favorite superheroes.
Hmm.
But you know, if somebody does a good movie about her, you know, I get props. But there just was no demand. Nobody in the fan world was really talking about her in a solo film. If they were going to do a solo film, they said it should have been her and Hawkeye taking on Taskmaster in Budapest or wherever they were at, working together.
Yeah, that
That
would have
would
been
have
awesome.
made that would have rocked. I would have definitely paid a ticket, not sit at home, but I would have went to the theater to see that. I said, okay, Black Widow and Hawkeye. It would have given Hawkeye some respect because Jeremy Renner has not gotten any respect at all as Hawkeye. So it would have given
Yeah.
him a chance to because they're about to kill him off. They about to he's the next white man to go in Marvel. They don't want any white male leads, so there was no demand. That demand came from the fake fans or the activists. That's where
Hmm.
that demand came from for this film. And like you said, they don't want to accept the fact that the demand was not there, or the fact that this film box off financially may not be successful. It may flop compared to. I more people talking about Tomorrow War than about Black Widow,
Yeah,
because the
yeah.
people, yeah, I'm hearing more about that because I have no buzz on Black Widow. Like when
Mm-mm.
Winter Soldier came out, people came out that everybody was just talking up a storm about that, even myself. But even when I went to the theater to see it, people were like getting back in line or telling people you're gonna love it, or telling people you got to go see this movie, and that's the way it was. Marvel fans, they even told people who are not Marvel fans, you really got to go see this movie called Captain America: Winter Soldier. You got to go see this. So the buzz for that film was flying high. I don't hear it for this one except among the activist community. That's the only
Yep.
community
Yeah.
that's talking about
They
this.
probably haven't even seen it.
Oh,
Yep.
they don't see these films. I agree with you, Commander. They don't see these films. They don't read these comics. They
They'll tell
just
you
want.
all about the movie, but they never seen it.
Okay, well, just to kind of give you an idea, okay? This weekend, and you tell me if you call this a successful film. So, opening weekend, it hit 80 mil, right? So,
Hmm.
we're getting close to Friday. US and Canada sales is sitting at a low 95 million. So far worldwide, it's only grossed 191 million. Mind you, worldwide, Shazam broke the 300 million mark. So if I'm being generous and I compare it to a DC film, a low grossing DC film, it needs to beat Shazam. And we're only in the second week. So I mean, this tells me this is not a blockbuster by any means.
No.
It is not. And
Mm-mm.
anytime I've actually seen anything on this film, they've been adding Disney Plus numbers, which again is disingenuous because it's not telling you who's actually leaving the house to go fill a physical seat. I mean, the theaters have a hard job as it is, as a theater, bringing in people to sit in those seats because what is there? What offerings are there? I just happen to know that one of the theaters in my area, uh, it's you probably would know about it, Wolf. because we got a Maya theater here in Vegas as well.
Mm.
They actually were doing an offering of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and that's actually where I took a date because I just happened to catch that. I went onto the website and I'm like, hey, you know what?
Nice.
This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Great date.
Boom, great date. So again, it's when we talk about the movie going experience, we're not just talking about filling a seat. It's the getting in line, the getting in the concession stand, the having a good time, the hooting and the hollering and the clapping at all the right times. I know
Hmm.
Endgame for me was one big depression fest, but Infinity War was like completely different. Like the moment the Guardians of the Galaxy came on, everyone started hooting because they
Yep.
knew what was coming. And then you see the word space on the lower third of on the screen, and then everybody just goes wild. And then you hear,
Hmm.
the spinners and Rubber Band Man.
Hmm.
It's like a whole experience.
Or even when Hulk landed into the Central Sectorium and he says he's coming. Thanos is coming, and the title comes in, and everybody went uproariously
They,
cheering in my theater.
they
Yeah,
went nuts. They went nuts. Same thing, guys. Same thing. Wolf. Same thing. They went nuts, and it never stopped. It was never
yeah,
hardly quiet until the very very ending. We all know how it ended. That's when the only time it got quiet. But up until that moment, man, it was a rock concert the whole
You
time
get the
during the
end
whole
game.
war.
yeah. I mean, people
You
were
get the
going
end game, just
crazy.
nothing but silence.
Yeah, people were going
Yeah.
crazy when they figured out that Groot was holding up the Stormbreaker.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that was another great moment. And then
When
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 freaking
when Thor when
Thor
Thor
lands on
popped in,
Wakanda.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah,
when Thor slammed that hammer down in Wakanda, that theater went wild in the seats,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
buckets in the air. When he finally got it, he came down and said, "Bring me Thanos," and slammed that down.
Hmm.
I couldn't hear my own self scream. It was
yeah,
like a rock concert, but it was in a
yeah,
good way. It was
yeah,
people were cheering, applauding. The whole fight scene where he comes down, everybody starts fighting. I didn't hear squat because everybody was just cheering on
Hmm.
it was like you said, Troop, it was a fun experience. It was like being at a rock concert. It was just like that in the theater.
Everybody reacted when Loki died
Yeah, yeah.
in my
Everybody.
theater.
Oh, they did. Did they?
Collectively, everybody
Yeah.
collectively gasped when they really thought he was going to get out of that situation. He was like that was like nope, no resurrections.
yeah,
My cousin leaned over to me because all my whole family was with me. All of us bought some tickets out, so they made money. We went that Saturday night. We had to wait till everybody was able to get their schedules, get that day off, and all of us came in. And my cousin leaned over and said, "Oh, he'll be back for the end of the movie. It's Loki." That's what, because everybody was
Nope.
gabbing. He wasn't like, "Oh, he'll be back." He told
yeah,
me,
yeah,
"Don't worry, he'll be back."
yeah.
I
He
said,
didn't use he
"Okay."
didn't use a clone.
Because I mean,
He didn't use an illusion clone.
that's how good that film was. It's like you knew that Loki would find a way to come back.
Yeah,
Like not the D plus Loki with
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
goodness.
with
mm-mm.
bi Loki and
Yeah,
female Loki and I really want to bang myself. You know,
yeah. That Loki and
all that retard propaganda for freaking retards. So, and I'm gonna use the word
Even though
retard
he's never,
because technically that's what the
I used
Puritans
to think
are.
he
I
was
mean,
asexual because he's never expressed any sort of
well, I mean,
belief.
technically the only person he could actually like on any given plane of existence would be himself because I don't think
that's
anyone
what
else
I
could
thought.
tolerate him.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, that's what I thought.
I didn't take it to be that literal. I mean, I'm like,
But
okay,
since they didn't bring in what's her name, the Enchantress.
Yeah, the Enchantress
no, they
character.
didn't.
She has,
They didn't
she has a
introduce
name though.
any of that, bro. It was a complete letdown.
Like
None of that got
they
introduced.
this was a golden opportunity to bring her in. This
You
would
would
have been a
think.
That would have been
you would
perfect.
think
I mean,
Yeah.
like
again, they're
look,
not looking to create new
here's how
characters. They're
here's
looking
how
to
I would have
tear
written
down the
her
whole
in,
thing.
Mm-hmm.
especially
So,
and here's why he probably keep like here's one way of giving reason why he keep fumbling around
mhm.
because the Enchantress is she has potent magic that that enchants men, right?
Mm-hmm.
She has good enchanting magic. So in a way, you could say she's probably manipulating Loki in such a way or throwing him off his guard. But then eventually she stops once they start seeing each other for what they are, like him being a trickster god and her being a charm god, if you will, you
Hmm.
know.
Mm-hmm.
And for all we know, she's not the strongest Asgardian, so she has to work with her magic in order to survive in that harsh world, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Right.
That's what I would have went with. But nope, I'm not working with Marvel, so they don't want that. They like that's too much of a good idea for them to use. They want to go
Well,
with it with their.
think of it this way: they spent a whole decade laying down a foundation so that now they can do whatever they want. Because the normal audience is not going to care; they're just going to care that they get a offering or a sampling or a bite of the next Marvel film. And that's the other thing too. Someone pointed out, and I don't remember if it was Fourth Age. I think it was Fourth Age.
It had to be fourth age.
I don't think it was Cullen because the
No.
mock how's it go? Mock Marvel. Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't work. That's like mocking a pink hair and then the pink hair saying, see, he's racist.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't really get that. So, yeah, no, it was, now what seems to be is um, we're not going to tell you what the big reveal is, but you got to tune into the next show to see what the big reveal is. And then the next show is, we're not going to tell you what the big reveal is, but you got to tune in. Like, they're no longer even pushing towards a specific goal, like say with some of these films when they started going towards the Infinity Stone story arc. It's
Mm-hmm.
more of, you got to watch to find out what happens next week, and that is very reminiscent of 2005 programming with like Vampire Diaries and this gossip it girl thing, when it was all about tune in next week. It's like, see who backstabs who.
Yeah, yeah, like a soap opera.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's become very soapy and then episodic.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
you
how they're
tune in
doing
next
it.
time and you're like, you blue balled me for last week, and now you're blue balling me this week, not telling me anything what's going on other than a lot of dialogue. So that was the other criticism of these shows, is that there was a lot of dialogue and there wasn't enough action, or there wasn't enough
Yeah, it didn't it did,
body to the actual overall work, if you will. It was more of, they didn't tell you anything, and then they gave you a ton of exposition at the end to make up for the fact that they didn't know where it was going. So this was
Hmm.
like their way of saying, oh well, it was Loki who created the multiverse, it was Loki all along. And we look at films like Doctor Strange, and it's like, okay, so you're telling me that Ancient One is now, you're retconning Ancient One into not
yeah.
knowing what Ancient One knows. I mean, that's why he is the Ancient One, in this case she, which I didn't have a problem with Tilda Swinton, since I liked Constantine. So that was another little hat tip, if you will, that you know
Hmm.
it's she's in this whole working body of DC and Marvel, and eventually some characters are going to cross over, and kind of creates almost like a little multiverse patchwork, if you will. So,
Well,
of where things can cross over from one franchise to another and not have to be related, but it just feels good knowing that you've seen this character as another character before.
well, what that sounds like to me when I hear that, and I think that's the direction they're going. First of all, that sounds lazy, and it tells me you have absolutely no idea what
No,
to do next.
they don't, they really
That's
don't.
why I don't like the idea of
And
multiverses
and if
or
Feige is
superverses.
this comic book aficionado who knows the ins and outs of every issue that was ever printed,
That he claims.
Lies.
Yes,
yeah,
lies.
thank you, thank you. So, like, the Emperor is finally starting to reveal he has no clothes because
Right.
all the directors and writers skip town. He's not willing to pay them. That's what it feels like to me, is he's not willing to pay top dollar anymore. Where are the Russos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You should
Mm-hmm.
have those locked, stock, and ready to go, right? Um,
Right.
Right.
it's like, okay, so Taika Waititi gave a pretty good transition, for Ragnarok, that kind of revived Thor a little bit. That's literally the only person that you have, more or less coming into this new phase, because you can't count the Sony people; those who are under contract. So those writers and those directors are contracted throughout that whole entire Spider-Man trilogy, and it technically doesn't count because it's a Sony offering. So you can cheat with saying, "Oh yeah, it's part of MCU." Well, it's part of Sony's MCU, and yeah, Sony desperately wants you to feel like it's part of the overarch of Disney Marvel. but you can watch those Sony standalone offerings and have a good time. They're not the best films in the franchise, but you know what? I would rather watch Ant-Man, which is a father-daughter story, the first one,
Hmm.
Hmm.
versus Captain Marvel, which is there's no one more powerful than me, and maybe my cat, and even the cat doesn't get enough love. So
Or
it's
Ant
like,
Man and Wasp, which has the pseudo stepmother.
yeah, yeah, and even then, it's still in terms of the overall body, and I keep having to repeat myself. The overall body of work was more consistent with Ant-Man and Wasp than it was with Captain Marvel.
Hmm.
Um, and because we knew where the characters were going in terms of writers, in terms of directors, like we kind of had an idea of where these characters were going to go. And it eventually leads to Stature, which will be the third film. So, I mean, you're kind of growing the Ant-Man universe, if you will, especially on the Sony side, if you want to do more with that. You have Hank, you have now you have Hope and Janet Van Dyne, you know, in the
Hmm.
in the in the overreaching quantum universe, if you will. But again, that's Sony. That has nothing to do with MCU if you really look at it. What was Black Widow supposed to achieve? I think what it should have achieved is it should have made you miss her even more because
Right.
you probably would have had to have seen a part of Black Widow where she has to show some emotion, where she's not just a rubber stamp cold
And Scarlett
character.
Johansson's good at that.
What at being
Mhm.
at being a cold character or at showing emotion?
Showing emotion where it counted, especially when it counts for a job,
Well,
her
yeah,
job description.
like in what?
But the way how they're going about it, it's like going to that one scene that a lot of people keep referencing a lot, when she slams her head to the table, right?
Yeah.
I saw that and I was like, you know what? That I've seen dumb shit like that happen with Mila Jokovic and Kate Beckinsale in their own respectful action movies. That
Yeah,
just that
again,
looks no different than the Resident
yeah,
Evil
again,
movies
this film
or
did
the
not
Underworld
know what it
movies.
wanted to be. Like, it wanted to be Resident Evil. It wanted to be Underworld. It wanted to be James Bond, even though they didn't say it out loud. It wanted to be, gosh, like every other action film under the sun, like Mission Impossible. But again, it's like no one bothered to figure out what Black Widow's branding is.
Right.
Black Widow's branding is supposed to be Black Widows, meaning very statuesque, very curvy, very sexual
Should have been like
European
Atomic
women
Blonde.
who either they look like, Olga Kurilenko, or they look like Scarlett Johansson. Not all these deformed widows, because you got to have every kind of widow out
Like
there.
I said,
I was
should have been
surprised
like
it didn't
Atomic
have.
Blonde. Even though
I was surprised it
you have
didn't
your
have a.
trepidations about that movie.
Again, I was surprised it didn't have a strong woman of weight as a Black Widow. It's
Yeah.
like, you know, again, and it's not poking fun at women of size or anything like that. But I mean, in every other film, you got to check all the marks. It's like, so at what point do we start writing story, and forsake having to offend people? You have to write a story at one point. It's you can't take the story out, which clearly they have. You can't take the story out and then still have a good film. So
Go ahead. Did you want to say something? Wolf, I was going to say that Black Widow to me should have been a Bond influence.
yeah,
It should have been a 007
I
film
would.
in MCU.
yeah, I would have
Because
liked to see
I
it.
can see Black Widow sitting across the gambling table in the casino from 007. I could see her sitting there prepping jobs with him, but also fighting or having the gun under her dress or something, or
Yeah,
something that a Bond girl does.
yeah, I could see
So
that.
that's the world it should have been.
either either a mixture of Haywire and maybe dare I say it again, Atomic Blonde.
Atomic
Okay.
Blonde. Yeah.
Shut up. I know you're about to. I just you're thinking it, motherfucker. You thinking it. so I have to catch your ass. Anyway, so yeah, a mixture of Haywire with a bit of Tonic Blonde and a dash of James Bond, a tables, what's that word? A pinch of 007,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah.
and take out all the other widows. She didn't that's it's like for them to think that woman needs to stand on her own. She has to be with her sisters or her sisters.
Mhm.
You know, they always trying to think of a sisterhood, knowing full well that most women do not get along at all
True.
together.
True. Yeah. Yeah.
You're trying to paint that narrative that all women get along. No, no, not all the time, not all the time. I defy you to find a functioning sisterhood where sisters do not hate each other.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm,
That. Oh, go on. No, go on.
yeah, I'm pretty sure Leia can attest to that.
Oh yeah, for sure. They don't have to have, we're all us sisters are, we're sisterhoods and fight, and no matter what, we stick together. Oh please, y'all get out of here.
I'm your
We're
girl,
saying
we're
that.
your girls. Don't you know that we love you?
We're talking that, and our hands are crossed behind our backs, wondering which one we're gonna backstab first. So,
Mhm.
so which one is gonna do that? But
You
back to
cannot tell me that lie that all women get along
no, we don't.
all
That's
the time.
that is the lie of these woke nuts. They're trying to give
Yeah,
and I
yeah, yeah.
noticed that a lot of these films that women are getting along. We have no problems. We don't argue. We're that tight. Man, please. I mean, my sister argued night and day. I mean, I love my sister, but hey.
That's why I compare them to hyenas, because yep, that's an apt comparison. They don't
Yeah,
like each other.
yeah, they don't like each other. So that's a lie. I think that they are perpetuating to try to perpetuate this image that there's perfection with
Oh
all
yeah.
females and female power
Well,
when it really isn't.
redefining what female power is, meaning you can't have your own power or your own quote unquote super talent. You have to share who you are with everybody else and not be unique.
Hmm.
I mean that
Exactly.
yeah, I mean that's what they're doing with all these like feminist films. You can be a strong woman, but I mean you have to be strong women together. You can't,
Strong together,
yeah, you can't be the woman that shows the direction.
and there's no
You
leader.
can't be a leader without being a co-leader, if you will. You have to all agree that we're all going to rob the bank, like in this fashion.
And
You
God
can't have.
forbid they have a woman in their sisterhood that actually has morals.
Oh yeah, you can't have
Mm-hmm.
that either. That's the
Mm-mm.
problem. That's the
Yeah.
Let
problem.
Yeah.
alone a set goal, which is get married, have a bunch of kids,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
or maybe one day just lead a career life and be a stay at home mother. Oh, you can't have that. You're supposed to be focused on your career just like everybody else. No,
Right. Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
should you should make peace with the fact that life is good for anybody else. You should not be. That's one thing I'm gonna bring up when we get to the shame stream, because I did set
Mhm.
that up for us. You guys already seen the Actually, you know what? That's a segue to what's going to be happening in the near future, and maybe we should start wrapping this up, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you want. Yeah.
Sure. We had a good confab, so you'll go right ahead. Yep.
So I'm gonna bring up the list again real quick. And my computer's moving slow as heck because it's hot up in here. And the computer is hot, and it's taking a
That's hot.
sweet time to load up. Good times, everybody. Good times.
Right. That's right.
I'm still working on that title for that whole 28 nominee BS
I
that
like
we're hearing.
28 nominations. That's a good one.
Are you talking about
Screw it.
the?
I'm gonna call. You know what? I got now that you bring it up, and I finally got the perfect title. I finally got the 28 participation awards or 28
You
participation
can do that
Emmys.
too.
You're thinking about doing
Yeah,
a
there you
stream
go.
on that? I would love to. Oh
Oh
yes,
yeah,
I've got my notes.
I didn't watch the
I-
Emmy Awards. You guys gotta be my eyes and ears on this one, and my mouthpiece on
well,
this one.
I don't
Because
have no
I
I have
think
no
what we need
plans
to
to
do, we
watch the
just need
show, but I
to
want to.
somewhere in internet land is it will probably tell you all the 23 nominations for the one show as to what they were nominated for, and then the other 5 for the other show. So you can literally go down the list, and we can literally critique each award. Like, I know one of them is like what, leading female
Hmm.
for WandaVision,
I know a
and
trans
okay,
person got lead actress.
Whatever.
yeah, that kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Trans
I
person.
wonder for what movie or what show.
Something I don't watch.
And it's probably just that one show that they just starred in.
Yeah. Yeah. That they just appeared
Yeah.
in. Most of the I mean, one. Well, it's like you said. WandaVision got lead because WandaVision was a victim, and not a villain, but
We
they turned her
want to
into
raise
victim.
victim awareness.
Right. Right. So she got that nomination, and
They
I
want
can't remember.
poster children. That's all they want. Poster children. You want to be a
See,
poster child for mental health.
Well,
You want to
hey,
be a poster child for victimhood.
shout out to Andy Lister for his stunt work on Black Widow. I mean, they're trying to cover that up with a CGI female head, but hey, man, he's been in some big titles. I mean, he was in Wonder Woman 84.
yeah,
Hmm.
He was in Hobbs and Shaw. He did
Hmm.
Spider-Man from Far From Home. Like, this dude's resume reads like A list. Like,
A list. Yeah,
he was on freaking Mission Impossible Fallout. Even Solo. I mean,
He
that's
even posted on Instagram about his in his suit, his
yeah,
Taskmaster
yeah.
suit.
And that tells you something when you have to tell people, hey, you know what? I did all that hard work. While these people are like, oh yeah, it was all a whole female cast and blah 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 blah. And
Well,
it's
here's
all
the thing
the
about him. He was very chipper about his role, so I'm glad
well,
that
yeah.
he didn't really throw shade at him.
Not everybody gets to be the Taskmaster, but then at the very end, you're like, oh, you mean
So I'm so
Taskmistress?
glad I was able to work it
It's
on this movie. I
like
was
the
good for you, man.
transvestite.
Good for
Is this
you.
where we're at now? Like from transsexual Transylvania? Like, I
I'm
mean,
just a sweet transvestite
right?
from transsexual
I'm just amazed that these
Transylvania.
that these that these writers and directors literally think that all the audience, including us, because we technically fit in the audience category, that we're all stupid animals. And it's like you do
yes,
realize that a lot of the people that really committed to this, heart and soul, seeing their character on screen is because it's kind of like you're living out your childhood dream. You get to see your character, pop out onto the screen. The same character that you grew up with in the comic book. And
right.
then they take your hero, and it's like what they're doing with Steve Rogers now. Now Steve Rogers is suddenly starting to hate the thing he fought for. Oh, well, maybe America was just an idea. So, it's like Spinner
It's
goes on
got
about Superman and truth, justice, and the American way, and it's more
yeah,
like now they've taken it out the American way. Justice has been replaced with social justice, and truth has been replaced with your truth and my truth, and Leia's truth, but not the actual factual truth. So
Hmm.
you know,
So let me read off what we got going on pretty soon. So next Tuesday we have child characters.
yeah, yeah,
Since we brought up the whole
yeah.
children
That
are
was gonna
speaking
be
to
yeah,
the
that was gonna
adults, that's going to be definitely fun. That's a new topic that we haven't really
yeah. We haven't
discussed.
covered kids films like that.
Yep. Um, on the 22nd, that's Thursday. Sorry, Schooner, but you're out. We're gonna be talking about. The title is "We Do Not Relate to Villains," which is we're going to be talking about why do we feel the need to have relatable villains. I don't relate to a villain.
I
I've
don't
never
either.
I never
Oh,
robbed the
really?
bank.
Yeah.
I never robbed the bank. I didn't rape nobody. I didn't
I've never
murder
murdered it.
anybody.
Yeah, I've never murdered anyone.
I didn't commit arson or terrorism. So why are we trying to relate to villains? Why do I need to know a tragic backstory, or why do I need a tragic backstory for a villain to be interesting?
Yeah.
Why do we even need to rewrite old villains that were deliciously evil? As it's basically in the same vein as the fascination with villains with writers, modern writers. But we really need to talk about this because um, not only is it coming from the postmodernists or the SJ hobos, but it is coming from normal people who think that you have to relate a villain to make a villain interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
That's really scary. That these like that's the reason why they're writing so many of these villains to be the way they are, because they think we have to walk them out in the villain's shoes to really understand why they're a villain.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because
You
I
have
had
you get my let me tell y'all something. When it comes to a villain, they'll get my pity, but they damn sure ain't gonna get my sympathy.
exactly.
That's for damn sure right there. They're not gonna get my sympathy, but they will definitely get my pity because I pity the fool who really went down that road.
Yeah, well, that's how I felt about Zemo in Civil War. You know, I'm sorry that his family got killed, but I don't pity what he blowing up an embassy of innocent people is not the means doesn't justify what he did.
Hmm.
So even though the film was trying to play him, that's why I hated him as a I hated I hated overall what they did to him because they tried to play him as a sympathetic villain, versus in the comics and even on the I've been binging the Avengers Assemble. And I was looking, I said, I like this Zemo on the cartoon better than the one in the movie because
Yeah, I mean, you
Well,
can like
yeah.
Doctor Doom for being Doctor Doom, but it's like if you like Doctor Doom because you gotta like him, he's really a good guy, then there's a problem because
hmm
you're already confusing what is evil about a character and what is good
by no
about a hero.
means, by no means am I saying we should not have sympathetic villains. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I am saying stop making so much of them.
Yeah, no, check it.
The
Yeah.
world is
Well, that's
not.
the thing. You can't have a sympathetic villain. You really
You're not
depending on
supposed to
how we
all the
talk
time
about it.
have one.
Yeah, depending on how we talk about it, because technically Kingpin is not a sympathetic villain.
No,
But if you happen to watch Netflix Daredevil, by the end of his arc, you're almost cheering for, the city to burn because you understand the mindset now.
nope,
And now you're
not
also
me.
along for the ride. And now you're fully vested in Kingpin getting what he wants because deep
I
down you
like.
want to be a big
Here's the
bad
thing.
too, so
Here's the thing about Kingpin and why I like Daredevil Netflix Kingpin.
yeah.
I did not like him for his tragic backstory. I liked him for his charisma and the room that he commanded as a villain.
Hmm.
See, I liked him as a villain, not a person that I want to hug and say, "Oh, it's gonna be all right. It's gonna be okay. Oh, it's gonna be all right. We'll see better days." You know what I'm saying? I like them at the fact that if you freaking make a move on his now wife Vanessa, you better be counting the days before you expire. Okay, you
Hmm.
touch
Hmm.
a hair on his Vanessa, you better either get out of Hell's Kitchen, or if you stand there, you better be counting the days until he'll personally strangle the shit out of you, or even move on his mom, like what
Hmm.
happened with Ben Urich. Look, props to Ben Ure for doing that for even protecting Claire, not Claire. Claire, what was Jessica's character's name again? Not Claire. Claire was Rosario Dawson.
Yeah, it was Night Nurse or Netflix's iteration of Night Nurse.
Yeah, but who's Jessica again from True Blood?
Oh,
Um,
I can't think of her name, but I know who you're
are you
talking
are
about.
you are you thinking about Kristen Ritter for Jessica Jones or?
No, not her.
It was before she got on True Blood when she was on, or I mean, after she left
After
after, yeah, after, but
redhead
yeah, she was
redhead
a redhead. Yeah, she was.
Oh.
with
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know
with
who
the
you're
deer
talking about.
eyes. I always call her
Oh
deer
my god,
eyes.
she's freaking hot.
Yes,
Here,
she
She was.
is.
She was. Um,
When in
here,
doubt,
I will
Bing.
tell you. I will tell you.
yeah.
When in doubt, Bing.
It's just I haven't watched the show and since it last aired. It's been pulled down.
Bill Compton's adopted, and that's the one I should have brought up in
His
Parenthood.
sire.
Yeah, that's the one I should have brought up when we were talking about Parenthood because he's sire, but he became like a father figure to her.
Yeah, he sucked anyways.
Like, I mean,
Bill,
Daredevil came out in
Yes,
oh
2019.
he did.
well, no, well, Okay, well, in seasons 3 and
Look,
4, but in
he's
1
a better.
and 2,
I will
Will
say
was the
this.
man.
I
We're
will
talking
Right on.
say
about
this. He was a
we're
better
talking
boyfriend
about
than Eric Colin.
we're talking about
Yes.
I know we're talking about Deborah Wall playing Karen Page. Because even in the comic, Karen Page is like has like a very small
Karen
role.
Page, that's her name. There we go.
But like in the drama itself, like she has her own arc, and it's
Hmm.
like it. How would I put it? It's kind of let me reference it in terms of Buffy. Like throughout that whole arc, she's growing, and then eventually she joins the Scooby Squad, if you will. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Like
Yep.
she now brings her own talents. Like she's not a superhero, but she herself can also get to the bottom of a problem using her scruples and using her like street smarts, if you will. So I mean, everyone, Foggy and everyone brings like something to the table to kind of help Matt Murdock do what he does. So, and eventually that's where I think it was going to go, but then you got this whole schism from Marvel. Oh, we're going to pull everything so we own everything, and then we're going to have our own version
Hmm.
of everything so that we can tear it down and you can hate it. So,
Yeah, but anyways, like I said, that's the reason why I liked Kingpin was the fact that like I said, I liked him as a villain. Period. The fact that he has this ruthlessness about him, or this quiet ruthlessness, like I referenced that one scene where he's first introduced, and Vanessa meets him right, and as a curator at that art museum, and he's staring at that painting, right, which reminds him of that wall that his father forced him to look at, and she asks him, "How does it make you feel?" And he says, "Lonely." You know,
but she's been in a lot
Mm-hmm.
of stuff too, and I
played
love
by
her.
Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, if you haven't watched The Kid, he directed The Kid. I
Hmm.
have it on Blu-ray because I got wind that he was directing a film, and it's actually a very good film. It tells its own
Dude,
story across events in actual history,
he's
even though it's
played
not like
by freaking Vincent D'Onofrio. That was that alone also sold me on him too. Now there was a Twitter post one time that I answered a few months ago back.
mhm,
Um, that it was asking which one was the best kingpin between you. So you had Michael Clark Duncan's kingpin, and you have Vincent D'Onofrio's kingpin. And I said I'm in between both. Michael Clark Duncan had the charm that oozes out of Kingpin with a bit of an edge to him, whereas D'Onofrio had that ruthlessness while at the same time being charismatic. That's like I take one from both equally, and that
mhm.
was and that was a race swap that I was okay with too because it was freaking Michael Clark Duncan, of course, and of course they didn't make a big deal out of him being black playing Kingpin. I'm like I love. Here's the thing. I love both interests of both iterations of Kingpin. The Daredevil movie, that scene where he's holding that where he has that cane and everything. You see him just looking on top of the world
Mhm.
with the outlaw playing in the background, which is pretty silly when you look at it now. But like you just see Michael Clark Duncan owning that suit. Him and that him that big wearing that suit that big wearing that suit, but he owns that suit.
Mhm.
Same thing with D'Onofrio. Big, and he still owned that suit, even though he got bloody too. My goodness. But same thing. Same thing with Thanos. You gave him a semi sympathetic backstory, but I'm here for Thanos just ready to tear some stuff up as a villain. I'm not here to relate to him.
Well, that's
I'm
what
not
made
here
him
to feel
great.
sorry for him.
Right. That's what I think when I go into these films with the villain is I'm ready for the villain to do villainous things, be destructive, want to rule the world, stop at nothing to get where he was at, feels no
Mm.
pain and doesn't fear the hero.
I came to Infinity War when he popped in because because of what happened in a movie prior to this film. The
Mhm.
only thing I don't take serious, boy, is you.
Oh goodness.
The Guardians.
Your politics bore me. Your demeanor is that of a probably child. And what's worse, you alienated my favorite daughter, Gamora.
Well, don't
I'll,
worry. I mean, the Infinity Stones are now tchotchkes in some drawer in the TVA.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Loki. Yeah.
oh
Well,
wow.
it was the same thing with Magneto in by Michael Fassbender. I feel his
Yeah.
pain for what he's gone through,
But I'm
but
never going to agree with his methods.
right, I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that. I could not take his. I couldn't take his. In the end, after he does that speech about joining him, I couldn't do it because his methods, even though it's a good speech, he's absolutely convincing two times. In the first class movie when he's on the beach, and then in Days of Future Past when he's making that speech before he attacks the senators. That's a really good one by Michael Fassbender.
Mhm.
But I, in the end, couldn't join him because his methods I couldn't support, and in a way,
Right.
he became what he hated. They turned well. I think he said it himself to Sebastian Shaw, "You're my creator." So he became that evil, and that I couldn't support.
Caesar and Battle for the Planet of the Apes was another example.
Mm-hmm.
While technically he's not the villain in this story, you can almost say he ultimately became the villain. Had they stopped at this one movie at back in the days, and they kept it with the original ending before they decided to reshoot it with a new with a different ending.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure you remember that, right? You guys seen Battle for the Planet of the Apes?
I haven't seen it in a while
I
because
missed that particular trilogy. I only saw the first film.
me too. I must confess, I'm not a big Planet of the Apes fan. So a lot of the movies after that, I didn't bother to watch.
I'm a
So
big
Yeah.
fan of
yeah.
Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes. I thought that was wild. I loved it. Yeah, that was more akin to the original art, like the original
yeah.
like makeup and like prosthetic pieces. I loved it.
You look like the female ape from Planet of the Apes. That's Michael. They didn't want you to know.
but
Shit.
Fassbender was. That's why I like his Magneto. But in the end, I couldn't. I feel his pain, but I don't condone any of his actions. The same. I had the same reaction with Zemo in Civil War. Everyone's like, "Oh, Zemo's so cool," and he
Oh
was like,
yeah,
"No,
yeah,
he
yeah,
does
yeah.
not. No, he does not.
Like
His
he's a bad
justification.
dude. He's
Yeah,
bad.
hmm
Like
yeah.
not supposed to be cool.
I was hoping somebody would give him an ass whipping, but nobody did the film. Like, can somebody whip this guy?
T'Challa got him.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Technically,
right. Yeah, technically, yeah,
it wasn't an
yeah,
ass bin, but he did apprehend that ass.
yeah. I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it, of course. And then I'm not going to go into token black man and sorry, I'm a white man, Winter Soldier, because they just
Replacement Negro and White Man Can't Jump.
right, exactly. They messed. They did it again. There's no villain. Because they made Zemo, they took the villain away from him. Oh,
Either
he's misunderstood. He's really the good. That's what the writers basically were doing. They said, well, he's
not
really the good
battle. I
guy.
meant shit. Hang on.
Oh,
I'm I'm
so
I'm looking up the quotes real quick because there's two quotes.
from what?
Planet of the Apes, the
Oh,
original.
okay. And while you're doing that, I'm just going to say I'm looking forward to the villain tree because Marvel has a big villain problem. They have a big one.
Oh yeah, they do.
I don't think. I think because they see villains as the heroes. That's their problem
Well, did you
right
see
now.
how they stuck Benny from Total Recall as King the Conqueror?
Oh
Wow.
yeah, isn't that? Oh,
I got
come.
5 kids feet.
It was
See,
Conquest. My bad. It was actually Conquest.
oh, tokenism. When I saw that trooper, I was thinking about
I always
Wolf.
get
That was
Conquest
token.
and Battle mixed up.
Yeah,
Oh,
I do.
I'm just saying I always get Battle and Conquest mixed up.
oh, okay.
Conquest was the one where they took their liberty and and basically just start a revolution, basically. And battle was them trying to defend that peace. If you go by the retooled ending, there was peace between ape and human, but the mutants didn't want to share that world, so they were fighting to defend that peace.
Mhm.
Excuse me, but yeah, I'm going by the quote here from Caesar himself, not our Annie Circus Caesar, our Roddy McDowell Caesar for that distinction. Let me see. Because there's two, like I said, there's two alternate ways he voices it.
Mhm.
But there's another one where he reneges on what he says. So this is the one. This is the intended original saying. McDowell asks, "With knives against guns, with kerosene cans against flamethrowers, where there's fire, there is smoke. And that smoke from this day forward, my people will crouch and conspire and plot and plan for the inevitable day of man's downfall. The day when he finally and self-destructively turned his weapons against his own kind. The day of the writing in the sky when your cities lie buried under radioactive rubble, when the sea is a dead sea and the land is a wasteland out of which I will lead my people from their captivity, and they will build and we will build our own cities in which there will be no place for humans except to serve our ends, and we shall found our own armies, our own religion, our own dynasty, and that day is upon you now." And that's, of course, that's the in the original they beat down the guy who tortured them, enslaved them, really had a hand in the torturement and enslavement. That's where it ends on. But here's the alternate line, or at least this is the more added line, where one the female ape that later becomes his wife, touches his paw and says no. She utters no because she speaks for the first time, and that's kind of like a symbology for how their original pariah,
Mhm.
is that is that the right word? No, it's not the right word. Their original prophet of of liberation uttered the word no. So it's kind of like a callback to what was originally intended, but it happened in a different way because time travel. But he says, but now we will put away our hatred. Now we will put down our weapons. We have passed through the night of the fires, and were and who who were our masters are now our servants. And we who are not human can afford to be humane. Destiny is the will of God. And if it's man's destiny to be dominated, it is God's will that he be dominated with compassion and understanding. So cast out your vengeance. Tonight we have seen the birth of the planet of the apes. That's cheesy. It's way more cheesier than the last one, which was more haunting. But
Mhm.
that's Conquest of the Planet of the Apes ending right there. But like I said, if you were to leave that original ending, you could kind of see Caesar becoming the villain in that instance,
Mhm.
where he actually took to man's hatred and added to ape hatred, which is he became exactly what he fought against.
Right.
Whereas the new ending paints him more as heroic, which is he have liberated his people. He has depowered his enemy, but he's not going to obliterate his enemy.
Mhm.
Instead, his enemy is going to serve him, but instead of them treating him with whips and chains, which they show in Battle for the Planet of the Apes, the humans have they are still their servants, but they're treated with compassion, and they even use human knowledge to teach their ape brethren. But like we'll be kind to them. We will not shun them. We will not enslave them. We will not beat them or shock them or whip them. Whatever. We're not even going to put them in cages. You know.
Mhm.
So that paints him in a good light. with that alternate ending. Now, if you were watching it from, say, sci-fi, you'll probably get the original ending, the original intended ending. But if you were to watch it on, say, Stars, HBO, whatever, you'll get the alternate ending, I think. Or is it the other way around? I can't remember. I can talk all day about this, but let me tell you what we're going to be doing to closely cap off the end of the month, which is the stop being ashamed for being you, or the stop being ashamed of being you, which is, I'm pretty sure a lot of people be coming in thinking I'm talking about Pride Month and all that BS nonsense. No.
Hey.
Hey. I'm talking about people who are ashamed to be American, who are ashamed to be religious of any kind, I mean, or
Mhm.
at least the specific kind that they tend to hate, to be ashamed of being patriotic or nationalist, ashamed of speaking your mind about these things in discontent and dissent. Those who are leaning towards the center, not necessarily the right or left. Those who are still on the left, who feel ashamed that their left brethren have gone to such extremes. Those who are right, who are ashamed to be on the right, and sometimes recognize that some other right brothers and sisters tend to be more extreme in their values, in their belief systems, in their point of views, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Or those who are ashamed of other people, men who are ashamed of men that do terrible things to women. Stop doing that. Women who are ashamed of other women who do things to men. Stop doing that. We're not on that day forward. When we get there, we are no longer ashamed. Now, if we are ashamed of anything, we're legitimately ashamed of things that we did in the past that we know that we did wrong. But we're not going to be ashamed of things as of now because of arbitrary reasons. Not because you pseudo hurt somebody else's feelings online. I will add,
Mhm.
not because you have a different point of view on this sort of thing, or you should not be ashamed for combating anything. I ask people who are listening to this right now, on that day, should you decide to join us on that Tuesday, which is the 27th, I believe, come there with no shame in your heart at all. Your words are your own, your views are your own, so stick to them. Stay convicted. Stick with your convictions. All Continue to evolve them as you go along as well. Take it one step further, but above all else, never be ashamed for being what you strongly love morally, religiously, especially if you have religious and moral conviction. Don't be ashamed of that, because the degenerates are not ashamed of doing terrible things to either you, your family, or even your children. Now, yeah, their children go to which family, but still, that's the same. Like, specifically, they want to come after your children, as we said in the beginning. They want to come after your children, and they don't want to feel ashamed about that, because in their hearts, they think they're educating your children. They think that they can educate your children when you are the parent who educates their children, not somebody else. So, tune in next week on Tuesday. We will be doing child characters. Thursday, we'll be doing relatable. Stop doing relatable heroes. We're not supposed to relate to heroes. Heroes to villains. Excuse me. So with that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today, and I'm glad that we finally got an audience again, because that was scary how we didn't have no audience that Tuesday. I guess due to the subject matter, surprisingly had a lot of views.
I'm sure it did.
Surprisingly,
I'm pretty sure that it was shadowed during actual stream.
yep, had to be, because Victoria, I think, yeah, Victoria mentioned earlier that she didn't even get the notification.
Yeah, yeah. I believe it.
So yeah, I'd like to thank my two women that are left. Before that, Brian, thank you for your contribution for being here. I wish you guys signed out before you left. He'll learn. He's still new to the game.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the lovely Leia Valor, Leia plus size.
Well, everyone, this is Leia plus size, your lovely Lady of Valor, and I do want to thank everybody for taking time to join us today on our stream. We hope you enjoyed the topic that we discussed. Again, we please, if you did, leave your comments below about what you enjoyed, and if there's any topics you'd like to see us cover, please do mention that. We would love to hear from you because this is much your show as it is our show. And I bid you all a wonderful evening and a great weekend. And I hope to see you all again on Tuesday.
Occupy Balmora, the man, the myth, the FN, Trooper FN 2525.
Hey everyone, it was super fantastic talking about parenting and the lack thereof and toxic parenting, and then of course doing a little mini Blackwater review, and then talking about Tomorrow War and streaming. I'd like to go ahead and thank everyone who went ahead and joined us today, as well as Brian Gilmartin, Leia, Wolf, and myself for having such a good time. If you like this content, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe. If you want to find us, you can find us on MeWe.com. You'll find more additional content there. We will catch you on the next one.
Thank you, everybody. But let me make a quick announcement before we completely sign out. I did say that I'm going to be linking my email for elevator pitch. So when time comes on the not this coming stream, by the way, or Thursday stream, it'll be on the Stop Being Ashamed stream. I'll be linking my email for anybody who wants to contact me so that we can finally do elevator pitch. If not that, I'll probably have to step up as tribute to talk about my story, Bouncers.
Mhm.
We'll have fun talking about furry shit. I guess it'll double as a new furry stream, but you guys will be the odd ones out, huh? I promise I won't make it weird.
Hmm.
Shut up.
I don't know.
We'll
I
see.
don't know.
Shut up. Stop making it weird, man.
You're making it weird.
No, you're making it weird.
Last.
Anyways, blast. Oh wait, did I ever tell anybody my new blast?
No.
There are a lot of women that are underprivileged and under. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
You know that woman is literally worth 165 mil.
Exactly my point.
Exactly.
You know, we really need to really focus on mental health issues. On shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I will kill you and drag you out of hell and kill you again. Shut the fuck up! Don't you fucking cry! I know I know y'all got a kick out of that video last night.
That one was interesting. Yeah, when I saw it, that was interesting.
I'm pretty sure anybody who would have heard this know who I'm referencing. If Neil Star is still with us, I'm pretty sure he'll catch that too. Because I haven't heard from him in a while, unless you guys are seeing it. Because my laptop is due for a restart, and that's probably why everything's slowing down.
Yeah, he made a couple of comments tonight. He did. There was some good ones that he made. I guess that's why you didn't catch them, but he made some good ones in there. I didn't get a chance to go back to one of them he made, but he put some good comments up. Neil, if you're still there, I did read your comments. Great comments, sir. Keep them coming.
So yeah, elevator pitch is still a thing. So I'll be put myself at risk here by giving some email. Who knows what they'll probably send me that some weird shit. Hopefully, definitely. Look, the rule is no weird shit. Either you have something of a script or something of an idea that you want to talk about. Email me on that day. Definitely email me. But other than that, guys, I'd like to welcome our new member Brian Gilmartin to the UN Spacey Wolf Fleet group. Same thing with Eloise and everybody else that has joined us so far. The group is kind of growing a bit. That I will definitely be
Yeah.
linking as well in the subscription description for anybody who wants to join the UN Spacey Wolf group. And you guys, it's Robotech based. I encourage you guys to check out Robotech. It's a nice show, anime that talks about adversity, xenophobia, and togetherness and all that stuff. It's a really good series. Long, yes, but it's really good. Um, Definitely check out Macross if not Robotech because the movies are still here and there if you can be able to acquire them through the seven Seas.
Hmm.
That being said, thank you everybody for being here today. Thank you for just hearing us talk shit. Like we usually do. And remember, you are the UN Space Sea. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet.